it's going to be a sprint between these two.
And he takes the title number 2 for Cam Mason. Still, the gap remains the same. Sam Watson wins solo, a beautiful victory.
Well, hello once again and welcome to Aberystwyth. It is the best day on the domestic racing calendar, bar none. It's Super Sunday. These are the British Cycling National Championship road races today, starting with the Women's Elite Road Race, which is just about to line up and get underway. 128 kilometres. They are being guided to the finish line of the race, which is also the start line, and about to head out on a very testing, windy circuit here in Wales, in Aberystwyth. 3 laps of a big first circuit, followed by 4 of a local laps with a number of climbs in between. And over the course of the 128 kilometres, there are very nearly, would you believe, 2,000 metres of climbing to be done as well. A one-day classic of a race about to get underway. And here to follow not just the women's race, but later on this afternoon also the elite men's race, which will follow almost instantly after the completion of the women's race, is, as she was alongside me the other day for the crit racing, Hannah Walker, as we watch 85 riders in total line up for the women's road race, including Pfeiffer Georgie. Hannah, it's a stacked field, isn't it? Once again for the elite women's road race, we've got our highlighters out. We've got the defending champion in Millie Cousins. We've got the multiple champion Pfeiffer Georgie, who we've just got a shot of. But those names are just one of maybe a dozen who you can really put in the frame for the win today.
Alice Towers just going out of shot in the pink jersey, a former British champion with an emphatic victory a few years ago. Good morning. It definitely is a stacked field.
Yeah, good morning. It's early.
It is early. There's Zoe Paxted, the nearly crowned time trial champion from Thursday with the Red Bull helmet, just having a good old natter to Anna Henderson, the 3 World Tour riders all together.
Right, well, I wasn't on commentary duty. I was presenting this time last year. Matt Stevens, though, and you were commentating on the finish of the women's race. Let's just remind ourselves of how it ended up in Aberystwyth on the same circuit last year.
Henderson opens things up first, Cousins alongside her.
Here we go, what an acceleration by Millie Cousins there, the 21-year-old in the orange jersey of Phoenix to Koenig, but has the defending champion Georgie got enough? She hasn't. It is Cousins who is going to take the title. She takes the senior elite title for 2025 and in the process the under-23s. What a superb performance by the youngster, and look at the delight writ large on her face. Absolutely superb.
Superb performance, a confident performance from Millie Cousins. That was absolutely sensational, the way that she rode.
Sporting hugs all around there, and I think that's a pretty genuine smile on the face of Pfeiffer Georgie. She could do no more, but your new champion for 2025 is Millie Cousins.
And they're putting away in that 3-rider group that came to the line together some real quality in Anna Henderson and in Pfeiffer Georgie. Denying Pfeiffer Georgie, it would have been, what, 3 titles in a row, wouldn't it, had she won?
It was really impressive, wasn't it, from Millie Cousins, the way that she raced, had the call up to there. You can see her in that burnt orange jersey of Phoenix to Koenig, just behind Joe Tinley. Just gone out of shot now. But for Millie Cousins, I think she's one of those riders that has, year by year, she's stepped up, she's growing, she's learning. She's just getting better and better, and she's one of those riders who is a multidiscipline athlete. She was doing track, cyclocross and road. She dropped the cyclocross part. She's focusing on the track and the road, and I think it's done her some good, but I do think having the 3 disciplines has put her in good stead for a professional life.
The race director Johnny Clay is just keeping the peloton together and guiding them down towards the start line of this race. His daughter, of course, Robin Clay, is in this peloton, one of the few Picnic Post-NL riders, and it'll be very interesting to see how she goes. She was in sparkling form on Friday night in the Criterion Championship. Let's have a look, though, at the 128 kilometres of today's elite women's road race. So heading out from the start-finish line in Aberystwyth and then heading inland effectively. The first climb coming after around about 18 kilometres. The new cross climb, it's a 1.3 kilometre effort at 7%. They go round the big circuit 3 times. It's a 23.4 kilometre loop. And then after the third time round, they enter the local circuit, which is a little bit shorter, a 12.4 kilometre circuit with the Moriah climb at its heart, which they will take on a total of 4 times. And if the race stays together, I think it'll be a miracle, because there's enough difficult climbing, not to mention the brisk southwesterly wind that is blowing across Aberystwyth today, I think, to split this peloton. Ultimately, a bit like it was last year, into pieces, Hannah. I'd be very surprised if it isn't in absolute shreds by the time they come to the line.
Likewise. And particularly on such a hard, difficult circuit, there's very, very little respite. It's a brilliant attritional course, and one in which lends itself to a rider who wants to try and have an aggressive race. Just see Johnny Clay make sure that everyone is able to navigate through this section, through the neutralised section here. And an opportunity for those in the cars who might be going to get their morning bread from the bakery to get
what the heck's happening here?
a front row seat to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Aberystwyth, of course, no stranger to hosting big cycling events. This is the second year in succession that it's hosted the British Road Championships, but of course it has a long history over recent years of hosting bike racing. A town that really supports the sport in this country. Got a couple of private members there towards the front, including Anna Morris, the Welsh rider. A podium for her in the individual time trial on Thursday. Jess Roberts as well, she's starting today. And she was going very well in the Criterion Championship. So we've got crystal clear pictures, as we did have on Friday night in Aberystwyth here, today, as we did on Friday night. There is, however, as we go inland, just a possibility we might lose some of the sharpness of the signal, because I'm sure you're aware this race will be broadcast using the Cell network effectively. We'll do our very best to minimise those moments where we might just lose pictures for a minute or two in the circuit. Let's hope we don't for too long, but just a flag up there is a possibility. And once again, as we saw in the Criterium race on Friday night, we have got multiple representation from the Scottish Hansling Alba Development Road team, including Kate Richardson, Maddie Leach, Beth Morrow, to name but a few. They'll be one of the teams with real strength in depth, as well as the Das Hutchinson team, who start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders as well in their blue kit. Little glimpse on the left there of Eilidh Shaw, the only rider from the UAE team. She could go very well on this circuit today. But really it is a circuit, isn't it, that... well, there's actually 2 riders you're pointing out to me from the UAE team, isn't it? Abby Miller as well is starting. But it is a circuit that it's going to suit classic specialists ultimately, isn't it, today? It's like a one-day classic.
Absolutely, and some teams who have got the strength in numbers will be wanting to try and capitalise on that, but you've got plenty of riders who are on their own. They don't have any teammates, but they are really strong riders there. They're more than capable of winning this national title. You've mentioned a few already, likes of Anna Henderson, for example, Alice Towers. Watch out for her, as well as Imogen Wolfe, the under-23 rider. She's eligible for both under-23 and the elite title. Watch out for her. Comes from Barnsley. Such an attritional course, but it lends itself to really hard racing, and it's one that's sort of raced from the front. It's more of a race where riders simply can't hold on to the wheels. They just get jettisoned out the back. They're rejected out of the back, as opposed to a breakaway managing to hold off. It's just the strong riders who will win. Croeso.
Welcome to Wales. Welcome back to Aberystwyth as well. Very different weather conditions from Friday night, which was very hot, wasn't it? Even though late in the evening, the gorgeous sunshine, the temperatures have dropped. I think it's still warm enough, isn't it? Riders just shedding an extra little layer or two, but no arm warmers, no leg warmers. It's actually very pleasant conditions.
Yeah, it is. But you can hear the wind buffeting in the microphone of the cameras. It's certainly a big difference to Friday.
Yeah, there's going to be sections of the circuit as well when they head into that wind that are going to be well, tough to say the very least.
Women's Road Race Championships. So
we are just lining up now. Should be imminently rolling out and getting underway. There's Izzy Sharp,
the
Hansling Alba team.
So join in, folks.
With that heavily tattooed right arm, you can, she's very recognisable.
Here we go in 10, 9.
And the countdown is beginning,
7,
and we're about to get underway.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So off we go. Neutralised rollout for a few kilometres, and then we'll get the race underway on the outskirts of town. 85 starters, unless we've had any last-minute withdrawals. A few big names absent, of course, through injury. Lauren Dixon from the FDJ team, who had such an excellent Giro d'Italia. She crashed in the Tour de Suisse recently, and Kat Ferguson, who would have been here from Movistar, of course, she crashed at the Giro d'Italia as well. So two quite big name absentees from the start list, but we do have, nonetheless, some real talent in this start list, including a lot of Welsh talent. Caris Lloyd from Movistar, she's definitely one to look out for today. And another Welsh rider as well, in sparkling form, having taken the individual time trial title, Zoe Backstead, who could be a big favourite for today.
Most definitely, most definitely. I'm very curious to see how Zoe Backstead will get on.
Which team will take it up?
Yeah, definitely. And then that's one of the key things, really, Ned, to be honest. Who will take it up, who will want to try and go in the early breakaway and try and force a move to go away. You just mentioned Zoe Backstead there. She's in great form. She had that stage victory, a most impressive stage victory. She ended up winning the sprint for the stage at the Tour de Suisse by several bike lengths. It was something special, actually. So she's clearly in very, very good form. Obviously retained her individual time trial title on Thursday. Didn't race in the criterium on Friday evening. Good opportunity for the locals to ride along the promenade and get a front row seat of the riders during this neutral.
And what about Pfeiffer Georgie? She is the most decorated rider in terms of national titles on the road. But she possibly hasn't had her best season to date, has she?
Only of a recent era. If you think back to Nicole Cook, for example, I think she'd won it 10 years in a row. But for Pfeiffer Georgie, let's not forget, over the last couple of years, she's had some really nasty, heavy crashes. And I think for her, there's been a lot of recovery, rehab, coming back from those terrible injuries. She's had a solid year. She's had plenty of racing under her belt. She hasn't yet had a victory. She's not had a podium either, but she's come out of the back of the Giro d'Italia. She's had a good opportunity to rest and recover. She had a 6th place in the individual time trial on Thursday, so I think that shows that she's in pretty good form, especially across that distance, 25.6 kilometres of racing. And for Pfeiffer Georgie, she's one of those tenacious riders who doesn't give up.
Yeah, and if the form's good, Pfeiffer Georgie would really relish a course like this. And of course, she was part of that she was on the podium last year. She was part of that 3-rider group who came to the line together. As looks like we have reached kilometre 0 and the racing has begun by the looks of it, or maybe not, just a little acceleration in the neutral rollout around that corner. It looked like we're about to get underway, didn't it? But the flag hasn't yet dropped. A couple of riders from the Das Hutchinson team with those blue kits towards the front. And the lone Movistar rider, Caris Lloyd. One rider from EF Education Oakley as well, that's Alice Towers in the pink kit. And there's Anna Henderson, who again will as she proved last year, she'll be a force to be reckoned with on this circuit as well. But roads like this, isn't it? There's little spots of rain there, the wind, and then nothing entirely totally flat on this course either, just gently rolling. And then there's these significant climbs. I mean, it's quite an obstacle, isn't it? The New Cross climb, 1.3 kilometres at 7.2%, and they're going to take it on 3 times. And then the Mariah climb on the local circuit, which they have to get up and over 4 times. And those are just the, if you like, the named climbs. But very nearly 2,000 metres of climbing on the 128k.
When you take a look at the profile of the route, there's very little flat road at all. You're either...
Nor should there be, Hannah. Make them work
I don't know
for the
about
title.
that, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the sprinters would agree.
But there's going to be plenty of places on this course to attack, isn't there?
There's more than enough places to make a move, to attack, as you mentioned, on the longer lap, which is a lap of 23.4 kilometres, anti-clockwise loop. There is some pretty substantial gradients, to be honest, in particular on that climb of the day. Maximum 16% on that climb. It's really, really difficult. Then you go down the other side on the descent in 2 parts, then you take on the backside of the loop, and then once you head on to the smaller loop, it's a long drag with gradients at a maximum of 9%. Fine for Georgie wanting to give unwanted clothing.
Bit of support from the side of the road, and feels like Johnny Clay's about to drop that flag and get the racing underway. I wonder what it feels like for Robin Clay to have her dad as the race director. I remember my dad was a teacher, and there was 1 year when I sat in his class.
How did that feel?
Well, it was a bit weird because everyone else called him sir, and I had to call him dad.
Did you?
Well, I wasn't going to call him sir. Bit weird. But it's going to be very interesting to see how Robin Clay performs. She did a good race here last year, didn't she? And now, here we go. The racing is underway, the flag has dropped, the race director's car pulls away, and the attacks begin. Already riders towards the back, probably starting to regret their life choices, thinking, oh, this is just the beginning, isn't it? And it's only going to get harder.
Jenny Hall on the front in that purple jersey for the Loughborough Lightning. Got a really familiar style.
Putting a good performance on the in the Criterium race on Friday, Jenny Hall. Already trying to make this hard, and maybe just start to tug at the elastic and just get a sense of how the race might play out as we get a 2-up attack for the Smurfit team.
They really want to take it on early and try and force an early move that can establish itself, get a good time gap, perhaps take a number of riders if they can maybe get 4 or 5, probably at a maximum 6 riders in the breakaway. That would be a success. You can already start to see Jo Tinley move to the front. She just flicks the elbow and hands over to another one of those riders from the Loughborough Lightning. They've got, well, 2 riders. There's Jenny Holly, who we've already seen. This is Maddie Haywood, who is now on the front. Jenny Hall, of course, a pilot on the Great Britain cycling team, or the tandem, multiple world champion.
Josie Knight, powerful rider, gets a little bit of a gap in the blue kit of Das Hutchinson. We've got a trio of the Smurfit West Rock cycling team. They've actually got 5 starters, including Annabelle Ramsey, Jo Tindley, Amelia Seaback, Alice Colling and Lucy Glover. So they've got real strength in depth. Loughborough Lightning as well, coming to the race with 5 riders. And that does make sense, doesn't it, at this point, that you would see those teams who have got multiple choices and multiple different options. They're the ones at the moment really forcing the pace. Will we see a conventional breakaway get up the road and a peloton, if you like, sit back and let them just develop a bit of a lead, or will it just be attritional and little attacks coming and going all the day? But as you can see, when we're talking about no great flat roads, you can see straight away, even this little uncategorised climb they're getting up now, it's already doing damage as a little group gets shelled out of the back. And
only 2 kilometres complete, yeah. And it just shows
this is
how
steep as well, Hannah. Look at this.
It's really arduous, and look at the way that these riders are so laboured. This is
Megan Lloyd,
Number
I think.
130, and
Yep.
this is Megan Lloyd, as you say, from the Simpson Nouvelle team, just in front of her. And you can see already the gear selection, little ring right at the top of the block, spinning away, trying to come back. Number 26, that's Ailsa McLachlan.
Yeah, Lucy Morley in a bit of difficulty as well from the Venatech Development Academy. It's really tough, isn't it, to be off the back this early on, and just that horrible little steep lump that they has already split the race. Morley battling out of the saddle just to, on this short, sharp descent, to latch back onto the peloton, where we've got 3 riders from Picnic Postelin, including Pfeiffer Georgie and Robin Clay on the front.
The problem is with this part of the course and the way that the riders are really wanting to take it up, there's not really going to be a point where it lets up and where these riders can come back. It's going to be incredibly difficult, even though there's only 3 kilometres of racing complete, for them to come back to the peloton, because everybody wants to make sure that the pace is kept high, everybody's up towards the front, the positioning is critical. It's one of those days, the National Championships, where you've always got to be on it. It doesn't follow a usual pattern in a race, like maybe another professional one-day race does, for example. It's very, very open, and sometimes, and we've seen it in the past, where there are opportunistic moves where the peloton underestimates some of these moves. Jess Roberts, for example, up in Northumberland back in 2018, she was 18, 19 years of age, this young spring chicken who managed to take the elite title and consequently got a professional contract with Green Edge. It was a phenomenal performance on such a hard course. This is Caris Lloyd now, silver medalist on Friday evening in the Criterium Championships.
Now, she's a sprinter, isn't she? But as you say, the Nationals are just, they have a different shape, they have a different tactical makeup, don't they? And very often, as you saw a few years ago in the men's elite race, where Mark Cavendish, who conventionally, when you normally see him racing, his modus operandi is to sit in the wheels and wait for the sprint at the end. He did the exact opposite of that, and from the very get-go split the race into bits, and he was almost like a kind of sheepdog, sort of marshalling various different groups, wasn't he, the entire day, and dictating the terms on the front foot.
Yeah, he was, and he was on such good form during that National Championships, and to take back the title that he'd won in 2013 in Glasgow, which then obviously became the Commonwealth Games road race course the year after.
See the Little Trek rider there, all on her own in those colours from Little Trek. That's Anna Henderson. And Imogen Wolf, riding for the team that Anna Henderson herself used to ride for, Visma Lease bike, is the only Visma Lease bike rider in the peloton as well, that yellow kit. Two riders at the back in those burgundy coloured kits of the FTP Fulfill the Potential racing team. That's Caris Blowers and Kayla Dinnan. And alongside those two riders at the back as well, Daniela Watkinson of the Jaden Glasdon, powered by Vive Le Velo team. So it's almost a complete peloton. We've maybe lost 3 or 4 riders off the back who I think might have got back on, although I can't see. I think it was Lucy Morley who we saw just distance off the back, and I can't see her number in the peloton, so it could be that those 3 riders are still trying to chase back on. In fact, just got confirmation that they are still off the back. Haven't made the junction yet.
The pace is so fast, and they're not going to be able to come back on their own if they've been struggling on that long drag. It's going to be incredibly difficult. This is April Tacey along with Lucy Lee. April Tacey just flicks the left elbow. She races for the High-Tech Products squad. Lucy Lee racing for Das Hutchinson. A little bit of a discussion.
April's got a lot of clothing on, hasn't she, compared to every other rider? She's got a gilet, long arm warmers. It's quite unusual, maybe, but every body, doesn't it, reacts differently to the...
Yeah, everybody's individual. Yeah, everybody operates very, very differently. Everybody feels the temperature in a very different way. Another rider just wanted to try and clip off the front. Riders from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team on the front now, just trying to sew this back together. Meanwhile, in the purple jersey, that's one of the riders from the Loughborough Lightning.
It is indeed 5 Loughborough riders. But that has kicked off a big reaction back in the peloton. That's Hutchinson really animating things here.
It's quite deceptive, this course, although you can see it now as it goes up in ramps. It's like a roller coaster. There's nothing really consistent. You can see the bushes in the background and how strong the wind is today as well. They've got a tailwind on this section.
May I just say, Hannah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's stunning.
It's absolutely, this part of the world is famously wonderful.
Absolutely stunning. I have seen on Strava that Ceredigion has been enjoying the sights and the views and the roads and the bike riding. He's been doing some pretty long bike rides and enjoying the roads here in Aberystwyth. Of course, he's here with Team Visma Lisa Bike, looking after the men's squad and, of course, Imogen Wolf.
Well, of course, big favourite, isn't it, for the men's race? Matt Brennan.
Yeah, massive.
Going to be racing this afternoon. He's a rider who, Matt Brennan, will win the British National Championships title at some point in his career. Probably many times over.
Yeah, but absolutely. Could be today. Last year he won the Under-23 title. Sam Watson not back to defend his title.
Well, we're 7 kilometres or thereabouts into today's race, and riders are still just peeling off a layer or two because it has been pretty hard, as they knew it would be. Up and down, twisting and turning, classic British road race conditions these. Always seems to be windy as well for the British National Road Race Championships. Don't know what it is about this race, but this is archetypal conditions. And a solo attacker from the Smurfit Westrock team. A little bit of a gap. That's a proper gap now. Maybe the first gap, definitive sort of gap that any rider has got. Is there going to be a counter-attack for a rider to get across? Jo Tindley it is indeed, yeah. What is she now, 38 years of age, Jo Tindley? She did a decent race here last year, didn't she, on this circuit?
She did. A very, very respectable performance from Jo Tindley on this course. It was, and you and I were discussing earlier on, Ned, about riders to watch out for, favourites who would be good on this kind of course, and Jo Tindley's one of those dark horses for a course like this. If she can get the head start on the groups or one of the favourites groups going away, it will put her in good stead. And the deeper she gets into the race, because she's got that experience, she's got that stamina, she's got that endurance, she just gets better and better as she gets deeper into the race. And last year she only finished sort of just under 3 minutes. I think it was around 2 minutes and 57 seconds down on the winner, Millie Cousins, and it was a really respectable performance from her. And again, she was very, very active, animating the race a year ago. So you can start to see a number of riders wanting to come across to her here. This is Sian Bottley on the front from the Brother UK on Form squad.
Well, Tindley's presence up the road sparked a reaction from Caris Lloyd, interestingly. It's the second time that Lloyd has attacked. And Lloyd is simply a rider who no one's going to let go. She's far too dangerous. So as soon as Lloyd counter-attacked, that changed everything. And it's all come back together again. Lloyd, like Imogen Wolf, like Anna Henderson, the sole representative of those Women's World Tour teams, which is something of a disadvantage. But for a rider like Anna Henderson in particular, she's so smart, isn't she, Henderson? And so experienced nowadays, that she'll just read the situation, try and try. There she is. Every time we see the front of the bunch, Anna Henderson is there or thereabouts, but never on the front. And that's exactly where to be at this point in the race. Such early days now, 118 kilometres to go. We're only 10k into the race. And again, Tindley still very active towards the front, following this move from Das Hutchinson. Sophie Lewis, is it, I think, from
yeah, this is Sophie Lewis, yeah. In that blue jersey, lime green fade.
Josie Knight and Sophie Lewis, probably the two leaders of the Das Hutchinson team, with their 6 different riders. Maddie Hayward at the back from Loughborough Lightning in that purple kit with the black shorts. But nothing's got clear yet, and we are bit by bit approaching the first climb of the day, and maybe there'll be a bit of a lull now in the action, possibly, Hannah, because people will start to anticipate that climb, and riders will be thinking about using the 1.3 kilometres of the new cross climb to actually launch again. But having said that, off they go again.
I think there's a number of riders who want to try and force some sort of gap before they even get to that climb. We already mentioned the average gradients at 7.3%, but it's at a maximum of 16%. It's a really tough climb, and it's one of those that the riders will take on 3 occasions. It's really going to put a sting in the legs, and you can see here Josie Knight of Das Hutchinson wanting to try and go away. Joe Tinley right in the mix, as well as one rider from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team in that sort of white, pink, orangey jersey. If they can try and get that advantage and get themselves over the top of the climb, it plateaus for a couple of kilometres, and then they'll descend down the other side, and then you take on the backside of the loop.
So Tinley and that rider from O'Shea very nearly across to Josie Knight, and there's another counter-attack. So 4 riders off the front at the moment. Josie Knight, I think, hoping that those 2 get across fairly soon, might just let up just a little bit, ease off a little bit to allow them to come across. But what you see at the back of the peloton here, with this tailwind as well, which is keeping the speeds very high at the moment, the wind coming from the southwest today, west-southwest, but it's very strong, isn't it, that wind, blowing down these hedgerows.
It's such a stark contrast from how it's been for the past week, and I think a welcomed breeze for the riders.
Do you know what? There are national championships being raced all the way across the Western Hemisphere at the moment, aren't there, and Europe. But if you just tuned in and you didn't know which one you were looking at, this would be unmistakable, wouldn't it? This can only be the British National Championships. It's the way it looks with the hedges,
high hedgerows,
incredibly narrow roads, and the wind. There's only one race that looks like this in the calendar.
Most definitely, most definitely.
It's a brilliant day, isn't it, the National Championship Sunday, I think.
Dry stone walls.
Dry stone walls, yeah. But the very fact that all these jerseys across the racing calendar, across the racing world, are going to be accorded, and many of these riders will be wearing these jerseys in the Tour de France Femmes or the Tour de France Hommes, which is, of course, in the case of the Tour de France Femmes, a month away. But, well, the men's race is just around the road, isn't it? Around the corner.
I quite like that expression. It's just down the road, not far away, or it's just around the corner.
Just around the
It's just around the road. Quite like it, Ned.
I'll keep it then. Well, people always try to make sense or, you know, dream up new ways of reconfiguring the cycling calendar, because it is, on the face of it, totally incoherent, isn't it? You go from a season, you know, the one-day classics to all of a sudden 3-week-long races, and then, you know, bits and pieces towards the autumn. But for me, every month has different characteristics, and that's what I absolutely love about it. But it's, yeah, it's not for me to make coherent financial sense. That's a whole different problem, isn't it? But as a spectator, as a fan, as a viewer, I think the racing calendar is perfect as it is, and I don't want anyone to tinker with it. Well, Josie Knight is off on her own now, isn't it? So that counter-attack failed to make the junction across to this lone rider from Das Hutchinson. So she ploughs on regardless on her own, and on these roads, she's almost out of sight around this corner, although we've got a group of 4 that's got together, chasing on, and Josie Knight knows that they are there. I think she'll hope that they come across now, and that it's a fighting force of 5 riders.
Riley Shaw at the back of the UAE development team. She's on the far left-hand side, number 142. They're in dangerous territory at this point, because if there is a split or there's some of the key contenders who go up the road, you put yourself in a situation where you've got a lot of chasing to do and a lot of work to do to come back. I also think I've just spotted Robin Clay towards the back.
It's Becky Story, I think.
Becky Story?
Yeah, I think.
Let's see.
52.
Yeah, you're right, Becky. Even with Becky Story, another fantastic climber. On these narrow roads, all it will take is for some of the big riders, the big contenders, the big favourites to make a move, and you've got a lot to do to try and close the deficit.
Around about 5k to go until we hit the climb. A bit less than that, actually, to the foot of the climb. What is your record like, Hannah, when you were racing in the British National Championships? What was your best performance? How did you go? How many times did you do it?
Oh, how many times? The first time I did it was 2011, which was up on the Stamfordham circuit, yeah, the sort of Curlew Cup circuit, as it is if it's not on the National Championships. Beaumont Trophy, if it's the men's race.
What's the climb on that circuit? It's called the Lees, is it, or something?
What's it called?
It's long, straight climb, isn't it? Yeah, out to this flat,
climb.
Can't remember.
And it just rears up in front of you, and it's absolutely savage. It is. And I remember it being boiling hot, very early morning. It's always a very, very early morning for the women's races.
Yeah.
So you're up at the crack of dawn. As we see quickly, the chasing group of riders, number 115 has managed to get herself. She's the rider who managed to bridge across to Tinley, and the rider from O'Shea, Red Chili Bikes, number 125, Isabel Mays, who's just wanting to give a little bit of encouragement. Let's roll through, let's help each other. Matilda McKibben is there as well, number 126.
It's good for O'Shea Red Chili Bikes. They've got 2 of the 40% of this chase group. Jo Tindley is the rider from the Smurfit team. And Mary Porton is the rider from Hansling Alba Development Team. That's the second group on the road. Yeah, so that was your best performance?
No. I think my best was either Glasgow 2013 or I had another good one at it was in Wales, but in Aberystwyth. That was a great course in Aberystwyth. Wales had some good courses. Yeah, they had some good courses over the years. The Glasgow one was good because it was the test for the Commonwealth Games a year later. So it was brilliant racing through the city centre. Really hard, arduous course. I remember we came through Monmouth the year 2014 when the race was finishing in Aberystwyth. Came through Monmouth and you came up this monstrous climb, and then it just split in two. Just chasing, hanging on, trying to come back. He was in a group with me, Joe Rousel. Can't remember who else. I think maybe Anna Christian.
You raced it 3 times, in fact. 2017 was your last participation in the race.
Yeah,
if that database is correct.
Isle of Man in the breakaway that day.
Were you?
Yeah, I was. Me, Lucy, Shaw, Man and Lloyd. I think it was just us as a trio. Yeah, that was a really good course, really hard.
Well, we've got 2 more riders who've counter-attacked. So 3 groups now off the front. Josie Knight on her own, then that quartet of riders chasing the Tindley group, and now we've got a 2-up attack to form a 3rd group on the road. And it's all kicked off again at the front. So this race far from settling down. No sign of Josie Knight, though. These 4 riders, Hannah, working really well together. We've got 2 riders from the O'Shea team, and yet they don't seem to be making much impact on Josie Knight. Certainly haven't got across to her, and we can't see that blue jersey up the road. Nope.
No, she's gone.
There she is. There she is. But even that gap, I mean, doesn't look much there, does it? It's going to be tough to close.
And a brilliant shot from the camera operator just to show what a drag this road is and how hard it is.
Very often on television coverage, it's very difficult to see the gradient, isn't it? It's just a difficult thing for TV cameras to accurately show. But I think, for whatever reason, you can actually see, can't you, with your own eyes, just how tough some of these little digs are. Anyone who's ridden a bike on roads like this will identify with the pain, won't they? You know just how unsettling these gradients can be. It just doesn't settle down at all. So the camera bike has been called into the gap behind this quartet. Just a reminder of who's in this group: Mary Portham of the Hansling Albert team, Joe Tindley, and the two young riders from the O'Shea Red Chili team, Isabel Mays and Matilda McKibben. And that's McKibben at the back.
You'll see the asterisks next to the names of the two riders, Mays and McKibben. That denotes that they're an under-23 rider, so they're eligible for the under-23 title.
Yeah, it's worth
just wondering why there's an asterisk.
It's worth explaining that we've got two titles in one race.
Yeah, definitely. And last year it was Millie Cousins who won both the under-23 race, the under-23 title and the elite title, because she won the elite title outright, beating Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson to the line in Aberystwyth. That's not out of the ordinary that an under-23 rider wins the elite title, despite the young age. It's happened in the past. Lizzie Dignan's done it. That was also back in Abergavenny, I think. Back in 2009, she won the under-23 title.
Lizzie
was also on the podium. Well, she was on the podium, and I remember there was a bit of discussion whether she gets the medal for the elites or whether there's an opportunity to get the
Well, maybe it's
under-23.
the first time it happened.
Potentially.
Quite possible,
yeah,
isn't it?
potentially.
Because, we're very used to, you know,
Was
young
it the
riders
case with Pete
excelling.
Kenyuk as well,
Yes,
I
think so.
because he won the elite title when he was an under-23. So yeah, it's one of those where there's such a wealth of talent that comes through, and some of those riders are so good from such a young age. Yeah, it's not out of the ordinary. There's quite a lot of under-23 riders, and when you take a look down at the list, Isla Shaw, we mentioned Abigail Miller, both under-23 riders racing for UAE Development Team, Imogen Wolf of Visma Lisa Bike. You've also got Karis Lloyd of Movistar. We've already seen her to the fore quite a bit. Erin Boothman of Liverloola Jayco, Grace Lister of Hansling Albert Development Road Team. Very good road rider, but also a very, very good track rider. Zoe Backstead, Arwen Roberts, both under-23 riders. Backstead racing for the World Tour, the Women's World Tour squad of Canyon Stram, whilst Arwen Roberts races for the Generation team, the development team, if you like.
Good study of our leader at the moment, Josie Knight. Riding well within herself, but pushing on and making it very difficult for that chase group. You can see in the distance that it looks like one rider has just clipped off the front of the bunch and is trying to race across to the chase quartet all alone, and that is going to be tough. Yeah, talking about Lizzie Dignan, she's in Aberystwyth, and looks like it might be one of the Picnic Postenel riders, actually. She's in Aberystwyth in her new role as the GBDS, effectively, for the World Championships and the Commonwealth Games, potentially, and certainly the Olympic Games.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. In particular, with a view looking ahead to LA 2028. No better rider for the job, in my opinion.
That is steep, isn't it? You can see just the speed scrubbing off. Yeah. Is this the? Well, this is. What are we looking at here? Becky Story.
Well, this is Becky Story.
Yeah, but I think this is the back of the bunch, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Still surprises me that she's sitting so far back.
It's okay now, isn't it? Because
but
things have just eased off.
You just never know what might happen.
Yeah. We are getting closer and closer to the climb for the first time as well, which I think Josie Knight is now on. This is it. Those gradients are just sickening, really, isn't it? It's horrible. Horrible gradients. As you say, a maximum of 16% on this climb. And don't forget, they're going to take on this climb, the New Cross climb, 3 times. And that's just the opening circuit before they hit the local circuit. That is, to use an Italian word, a muro.
What does that translate to, Ned?
It's a wall. It's a wall.
Okay, I thought so. Thought I'd ask you first, make sure it was possible to say.
It's an Italian, but it's also a French word, isn't it? Lies in the Mur de Bretagne.
Yeah, exactly. Another savage climb, the Mur de Bretagne. Oh.
It is, although it's incredibly steady, isn't it? The gradient, it's almost mathematically the same, or steep. Don't get me wrong, but but it's just one long straight line.
In the car, maybe.
She's nearly there though, Josie Knight. That looks like it's the top, although British climbs have this horrible habit of just when you think you're at the top, you're not at the top. But I think she's grinding her way up to the top of the climb, and Josie Knight will be taking this climb in first place. This time around, at least, all on her own. Be interesting to see on this climb how far behind that quartet of riders is, and whether they've made inroads onto Josie Knight's lead on this climb. Whether they're even still together. Still looking good though, isn't she? She's, you know, she's not going so deep that she's going to blow herself up here. She's just doing an effort that she thinks she can sustain for a while, just to keep herself off the front.
And that's the key word, Ned, to sustain this kind of effort. You don't need to be going so deep that you go into the ride and you've got absolutely nothing left for later on. There's still 110 kilometres to go here. So for Josie Knight, she's got a very good cadence, a very good rhythm. She looks really strong on the bike. Over the top, it'll plateau for a couple of kilometres. A little bit up and down, but it's not a descent immediately. You've still got a few little drags along the way, 1%, 2%. Gradients like that, and then the riders will then descend. That comes in roughly 1.2 kilometres for Josie Knight. She's already got to the top of that plateau. The descent is in two parts, so she'll descend down for 1.5 kilometres before another little ascent, a little drag if you like, and then descend down before taking on the more flatter part of the route. But that is certainly not flat, I can tell you. And as we've already seen, half of that loop that the riders came in on for the neutralised section.
The peloton only now really at the bottom of that climb, and we've got some time gaps on the screen as well, which make interesting reading, don't they? 25 seconds to the Tindley group. There's a third group as yet, unidentified riders at 1:42, and then the peloton over 2 minutes down now.
Left-hand side still at the right.
Here's this chase group at 25 seconds. They're over the top of the climb. Port, Tindley, Mays and McKibben.
I think for these four riders, how they've been racing, they're able to share the workload. You've got two riders from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team. They're the team in the pink, purpley, blue, white jerseys. I think
that's pretty much every colour you've just made.
Yeah, every colour of the rainbow, actually.
Pink, purpley, blue, black.
And there's a little bit of orange. Great to see.
You've got this.
Love that, love that. Great to see the support.
Because they're suffering at the back here. That is Sophie Lewis, actually, from the Daz Hutchinson team, perhaps a little surprisingly, and Lucy Needham of the Brother UK On Form team. And ahead of those two riders, Caddis Blowers and Kayla Dinnin of the FTP Fulfill the Potential racing team. So the peloton losing a few riders off the back.
What I was going to say was it's good for these four riders that they don't go all out to try and close the gap immediately to Josie Knight, and to really sustain this pace, sustain this kind of effort. They can go over the top. They've got the drags where they can really power and work together to try and close the 25-second deficit.
Look how shredded it is at the back of the peloton over the top of the climb. Groups just all the way as far as the eye can see there. They're isolated groups, little clusters of 2s and 3s. I suppose on that climb, the advantage that Josie Knight had is that these four riders obviously wanted to stay together.
Yeah, that was the important part.
That's the important part, but they will have, as a consequence of that, been riding at the speed of the weakest climber, wouldn't they? Which probably didn't match Josie Knight's ascent of that climb. So they might have even lost a bit of time.
Correct. And I think it's most important to keep yourselves together on that sort of 1.2 kilometre climb to make sure that you can stay together, look after the weakest rider on that really steep, arduous climb, because you can use that rider's assistance and effort on this section of the course. So absolutely correct to try and keep it as a quartet. As long as it's not going to do you too much harm, and almost your work that you've done to try and establish a gap comes unravelled. But they've sustained it.
Yeah, I mean, they've got no immediate threat from behind.
No.
It looks like the peloton are quite happy to hold them there at 2 minutes at the moment. Still don't know quite who's in that chase group at 140, but they've got a lead of over a minute on that second group on the road. So double representation then from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team. Isabel Mays and Matilda McKibben. I'll be really happy with that. Incredibly important and very useful to get two riders in this group. Mary Port as well from the Hansling Alba development team, but they're cooperating, all of these riders, really well, relaying, sharing the work. All the experience of Joe Tindley on the front as well, and the strength. A rider whose passion for the sport is absolutely unbridled and unmatched to some extent as well, Joe Tindley. Just loves her craft and will turn out and pin a number on every day of the week if she could. So those some of the riders who were distanced on the climb, just using the descent to latch back onto a pretty complete peloton otherwise at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. There is Tindley. "39 years of age now, Joe Tindley. Looking up that road, there is no sign of Josie Knight, but according to the graphics that we've got there, they've clawed back a couple of seconds, no more than that. 25 seconds has become 23, but that blue jersey of the Das Hutchinson rider has disappeared out of sight up the road. Be interesting to see when the peloton, I mean, they're just letting it drift out now from 2 minutes to 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 15 now. You can't afford to give this this breakaway a huge lead. Even 3.5, 4 minutes might be a little bit too much on a course like this, because it's a decent sized group. They will, especially if the groups come together eventually. And the Nationals being the Nationals, and the tactics, quite hard to predict sometimes. Everyone will be looking to see which team it is that actually takes the responsibility of controlling the race and making sure that that they can reel the breakaway back in. But someone's going to have to do it. Someone is going to have to ride, and maybe that team is Picnic Postenel, who've got 4 riders in this race, including Robin Clay and, most notably perhaps, Pfeiffer Georgie, looking for another National Road Race title. So perhaps it's them who are doing the riding on the front. Some of the other favourites, Karis Lloyd has been saying, Anna Henderson, Imogen Wolfe, etc., Jess Roberts, they're all lone wolves. They've got no teammates to support them, so they'll be looking at the teams with broader, wider representation. As Sophie Lewis gets back on now from the Das Hutchinson team. So she was distant, so she was almost the last rider on the road on the climb, so that peloton has come back together again. And the sun is about to come out, the clouds rolling aside, and the countryside here in Ceredigion is looking absolutely beautiful. No rain forecast for today, as far as I know. I checked the forecast earlier on today, and I don't think there's any danger of rain, which is, I'm sure, a huge relief for these riders. And the intense heat of the last few days has, generally speaking, dissipated. Now, latest time gap, still around about 23 seconds for Josie Knight. She's done a terrific ride here. Very, very strong from Josie Knight. 2 minutes 40 seconds. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see which team is actually doing the riding in the peloton, because, all right, there's still 107k to go, but if these groups come together, Josie Knight's clearly on great form, those riders get together, we might have a chase group as well. As you can see, it's very, very calm in the peloton. No team really taking this on yet.
They've been shown the blackboard as well by the motorbike just then, shown the time gaps, what the situation is, how many riders are up the road, and you can see the defending champion in that burnt orange jersey, Millie Cousins, who's just having a little word and a little bit of a laugh and a smile with her teammate Flora Perkins just to her right hand side. Also up towards the front was Karis Lloyd, so they're not too concerned about this move and the several moves actually, then the scenario that's unfolding in front of them. Go through the feed zone for the first time. You can see personnel, sometimes it's friends, family on a national championships day, sometimes they've recruited other friends. You can see for Visma Lisa Bike they brought across one of their swan years to help feed for Imogen Wolf and for the men's race later on. But you can see they've got the jerseys on, a gilet, just to let the riders know and see for ease where they're at. Little Joe Tinley just asking where the peloton is.
No radios, of course.
No.
Communication, understanding, knowing what's going on is absolutely critical to this race. And not always straightforward either.
I think that's also showing Joe Tinley's experience, and she's not afraid to find out the situation. So as opposed to speaking to the blackboard motorbike, just speaking to one of the outriders to find out any information that she can gather, because the team cars aren't there either at the moment.
Yeah. Excuse me, what day of the week is it? Where am I?
Where am I? Yeah, exactly. How far to go? Is it last lap?
Yeah. No, it isn't, is the answer to that question. Long way to go still. They haven't actually completed the first of the laps yet, although they're approaching that point. They're coming into Llanfarion in Aberystwyth, on the outskirts of Aberystwyth, at 102.5k to go. That's when they will have completed the first lap, and then out they go again. So 2 more ascents of that nasty New Cross climb on the long loop. This group's still at 23 seconds. Given the fact that the peloton is at 2:40 and seemingly not riding, if you were Josie Knight, would you think about just easing up and actually letting that group come across to you? Because she can't do it all on her own for much longer.
And especially with an advantage of 139 to the second group,
exactly,
and 240 to the peloton.
It's something to work with, isn't it?
To be honest, she's also got to find herself. So Josie Knight has to find herself in a situation where she asks what's going on behind. As you say, there's no race radio, there's no communication other than you being fed verbal information, you asking something verbally.
From time to time she'll be shown the blackboard as well, won't she? But then the information on the blackboard might be either questionable or a little bit out of date as well.
She still looks very, very comfortable. Very much riding within herself.
Now she's looking back. And I wonder if that very discussion that we were just having, Hannah, is actually going through her mind now. She's questioning herself. Maybe the sensible thing to do would just be to ease up, because that's a 23-second gap if that's accurate. We did see in that shot a while ago, didn't we, how close they were at one point.
Interesting. Yeah, and it is close. You're right, Ned. It is close when you see the gaps. It would be in her best interest, in particular with 104 kilometres to go, to be with 4 other riders. You've got an opportunity to get a bit of rest and respite. There's Danielle Watkinson, another rider from the Smurfit Westrock team in the red jersey, trying to bridge across. One rider from Alba Hansling Development.
A couple of Loughboroughs, by the looks of it as well. But where? Surely it's Picnic Posternel who are the team that everybody's going to be looking towards now, because they've got 4 riders in this bunch, and they've got a couple of big favourites as well. Well, certainly one in Pfeiffer Georgie, and I think all those lone riders, the likes of Anna Henderson, etc., Caris Lloyd, they'll be looking to Picnic Postanel because they're not going to ride.
To be honest, I'd say across the board, all 4 riders from Picnic Postanel are a real threat and have a real strong potential to win this national title. Of course, Pfeiffer Georgie's already done it on 3 occasions. She was denied a 4th last year by Millie Cousins, but Josie Nelson is a really promising talent. She's exceptional, and she's really grown through the ranks from high-tech products. She's a former winner of the circuit race national title, the criterium title. She's a really impressive rider, but a rider who can get over these climbs. She's very, very fast if it comes down to a group, as long as she's got the legs. Of course, sprinting at the end of a hard, arduous race like the National Championships is very, very different to perhaps a flat parkour, whether it's a road race or indeed a criterium. Becky Storey, the rider from the Isle of Man, a brilliant climber. She's one to watch out for. And then you've got Robin Clay, who's clearly been in stupendous form.
Well, if she is waiting, she's waiting very fast, isn't she, Josie Knight? No real sign of her easing up, and just that one little glance back, I think, that made us wonder whether or not she was going to change her tactics. But we're struggling for an accurate time gap at the moment as well, so if we haven't really got that information, nor is she at the moment. Although she's just been shown the blackboard there. So this is a second chase group on the road that has attacked off the peloton, and there's the bunch behind. So they've been reeled back in. Still no sign of the Picnic Postanel riders really doing any of the work on the front. This group is at around about 3 minutes, we think, back from Josie Knight, the lone leader. Approaching now the completion of the first big loop. Interesting race distance as well, isn't it, Hannah? 128k, because it's not shorts, but it's not massively long, and it's the kind of, you know, the duration of racing that can be kind of full-blooded and full tilt pretty much unrelentingly.
Sometimes I think a race doesn't need to be 150, 160 kilometres long to have a good race.
Yeah.
When you take a look at the parkour that British Cycling have put together with Ceredigion, and of course it's going to be in this region here in Wales for 3 years in total. Of course, the first year, last year, a brilliant championship, back for a second year with the majority of this course used a year ago. And I think the parkour, the climbs, the attritional route, can provide really entertaining, exciting racing, but it also comes down to the riders who make it an exciting race and a hard race. The way they decide to race on it, the scenarios, the situations, who's in good form, who maybe sneaks away into a dangerous move. So it's not always the case that a race needs to be long. Actually, 128 kilometres maybe for a national championship. And let's not forget, you've got a strong combination here between riders who are racing on the professional circuit in World Tour teams, fully fledged professionals who have the best access to training, equipment, you name it, they've got it. Best sports directors, nutritionists, physios, whatever it might be. And then you've got the national level riders here who race for elite teams, the likes of, for example, the Loughborough Lightning riders. You've also got the London Academy, you've got several riders. You've also got the British continental teams, the likes of Hansling Alba Development Road Team, Das Hutchinson, Hansling Alba Development Road Team, who are those teams who I think provide a really good platform for riders to step in and make their step into professional life. The likes of Lauren Dixon, while she's not racing today, she was one of those riders racing for a third division team last year and now is racing for the World Tour squad of FDJ Suez. And she was a key part of Demi Vollering's Giro d'Italia victory and taking that Maglia Rosa. So it's really important.
The best rider in the world.
Absolutely, and I think it's really important to remember there are riders in this national championship who, through Monday to Friday, work full time.
Yep.
So you've got to really to factor that in.
Well, the peloton has been sparked into life. It's not seemingly a question necessarily of one team totally taking control, but a series of... on the front. From the Jaden Glaston powered by Vive la Velo team. The other thing about the Nationals, and how can I put this without expressing it wrongly, Hannah, is you get allegiances, let's put it that way. You get, there is some organisation within the peloton, and you do get perhaps isolated riders who don't have any teammates there, probably have limited chance of actually winning the race, doing a bit of work occasionally to support others. That happens. It's worth sort of like laying that on the table because it's part of the tactical picture, isn't it?
I think it also depends on how many riders are representing each team, or whether at what cost will it come? You know, there's some riders, for example, like Watkinson, who's on the front here. She's one of those riders who is on her own.
Yeah.
Now, whether this is a case of she's got to a situation where she's thinking, oh heck, it's 3 minutes and we need to try and close this gap to riders who are up the road, and this is a really dangerous situation. The longer we leave it, the gap could grow to 4, 5, 6 minutes, and then it could maybe the race is over. It's done with 100 kilometers to go, because it's simply, there's not enough cohesion behind. I would hazard a guess that she feels good, and actually everybody else is capitalising off the work that Watkinson is doing.
That's certainly the case at the moment.
Everyone else is saying, thanks very much.
Yeah.
You stay on the front. This is brilliant. You're a really strong rider.
We don't know quite, what discussions have gone on and what arrangement might have been made, but she's definitely working on the front. That's not an attempt to attack or get off the front. She is actually, to the benefit of everybody at the moment, doing a big shift on the front of the bunch. At the moment, though, it's controlling rather than necessarily bringing Josie Knight back. And now we're inside 100 kilometres to go, so 129, nearly 130k done. Picking up the tailwind on this section of the big loop as well. I've heard it tell from many a rider as well, Hannah, that you were talking about how sometimes the shorter the race, the harder it's raced, and the more brutal the racing. Equally, a tailwind can sometimes do the opposite of making it easier. Everyone feels like Superman, so everybody just, that can be some of the most difficult day as well.
Especially if a breakaway goes away. It's incredibly difficult when it's a strong tailwind to catch a breakaway. We've seen it before where there's been a roaring tailwind, and despite the organisation in the peloton, they simply can't bring a breakaway back, even at a breakaway of 4 or 5 riders, and the breakaway manages to go all the way to the finish line. So it's not out of the ordinary when there is a strong wind, as there is today, a strong westerly, southwesterly wind right off the coast. That could play a big part in today.
So on this part of the loop, it's easier for Josie Knight to hold her advantage and harder for them to bring her back at this point.
Well, when you take a look at the circuit, they're in this anti-clockwise direction on that loop. She got now 98 kilometers to go, so yeah, very, very fast tailwind. She'll make that sort of left-hand dog leg through Aberystwyth, make her way left through New Cross, then into the headwind. But that's where she's on to the sheltered part where you're on the climb. So although you've got a headwind, and yes, she'll feel it, you've got that shelter. Yep. Whereas right now, flat roads, the tailwind funneling through the high hedge roads on the country roads.
Well, the time gap on your screen suggests that Tindley Quartet is at 1 minute and 13 seconds.
It's a surprise,
if that's accurate, then any discussion about Josie Knight easing up has gone. She just has to carry on.
It's a surprise, especially when it's one rider out front versus 4 riders. I mean, I know that Josie Knight is a very strong pursuiter. She's been on an altitude training camp in Andorra for several weeks, so she's clearly come into this National Championships with really good form. She's, of course, building towards the LA Olympic Games in 2 years' time on the track. But it's a surprise because these riders haven't been hanging around. They've not been skipping turns. They've all been contributing. Let's take a look. Yeah, absolutely, 1:15 on the blackboard. They've all been contributing. Nobody's trying to have a free ride to the front of the race. So it's a big surprise to see that gap has gone from 23 seconds to 50 seconds added on top at 1:13. Wow.
Being told that is actually an accurate time gap, so it has gone out. The closest they got was 23 seconds. So Josie Knight has built up a further 50 seconds over the top of that, and she leads now by 1 minute 13, and the peloton is at 3:10. Well, Hannah, stranger things have happened, but I think to even consider the possibility that Josie Knight could solo to a victory here over the next 97 kilometres, well, that would be something truly off the scale, wouldn't it? But I'd say the odds are really still stacked against her. It's a long race distance on a hard course still to go, but she's making everybody work. She really is. And that chase quartet, the Tindley group, is just locked in no man's land at the moment.
They shouldn't give up, though. That chasing group, that chasing quartet, don't give up at this point, because you never know what might happen. They have to keep contributing, keep working together. They've still got 2 minutes on the peloton.
Passing some sheep in the fields. Just a reminder of who's in that chase group. Hansling Alba's Mary Porton, Joe Tindley of the Smurfit Westrop team, and then the 2 young riders from O'Shea Red Chilli, Isabel Mays and Matilda McKibben. It's McKibben doing the riding on the front with her teammate Mays on her back wheel. And Watkinson has been joined by one of the riders from Loughborough, and a little bit of a conversation as well between those 2 riders on the front. Time gap was down to 2:50, it's gone back out to 3:10, and you can see by the body language of Watkinson, she's not right, well, she's just rolling along at the moment in conversation. So some of the intensity of that chase, because Watkinson was riding hard before, has definitely gone. At what point, Hannah, did you start to declare a critical state of affairs here? Not yet? A long way to go still?
Still a long way to go. Let's not forget that they've still got 2 more ascents of the hard, arduous climb on the longer loop, the longest loop at 23.4 kilometres, that anti-clockwise direction. And then they've got 5 ascents of the longer climb on the shorter loop across the 4 laps, because they enter into the loop and they immediately start the climb. So they've got sort of half a lap to do, let's say, before they'll pass through the finish line. So there's still a long way to go. There's still a lot of hard attritional racing to come, and these roads are unforgiving. They're really hard, heavy roads, and there's no surprise why a rider like Stevie Williams is so good when these are his training roads, and he's a winner of Flesh Wallon, for example.
Yeah, good point.
You know, there's no surprise when you see these are his local roads. Perfect training roads, and then they're not for the faint-hearted.
And there's a rider who's the very opposite of faint-hearted, Joe Tindley, carrying this group on. She'll continue to ride, and as you say, commit to this tactic, continue to believe that they can get across to the front. Isabel Mays there just slapping her leg a little bit, maybe feeling a bit of cramp already. But it is almost mystifying, isn't it, that time gap was down. Well, they could see her just a couple of 100 metres up the road at one point, and now she's way out of sight on 1 minute 15.
It's baffling, isn't it? Yeah. Because they've not been hanging around, but I think that just shows the strength of this rider. The biggest difference is the pedalling style and the rhythm. So Josie Knight is pushing a far bigger gear on her own. She's into time trial mode. This is almost just an individual time trial effort right now. She's sustaining a high gear, she's in a bigger gear, low cadence, further down the block, whereas you see the four riders in the chase, they're spinning away much more.
I've just looked to check her performance in the individual time trial, which she didn't race actually. She was there the other night for the crit championship, but didn't race the individual time trial this year. But yeah, this is a track pursuiter's effort as much as it's a time trialist effort, all on her own. Josie Knight at the front of the race. And now with a 3.5-minute lead over the bunch, who've definitely eased up in the peloton. So the bunch have taken a very, very calm attitude at this moment. Content to see Josie Knight handed a 3.5-minute lead. It will be of great interest now to see how much more that time gap goes up before they start to ride with a little bit more of a concerted effort, and which team does it. Tindley, by a long way, the most experienced, if not the most decorated rider. Throughout her long career, Jo Tindley has yet to claim a professional victory, but she's got so much experience, hasn't she? And let alone the passion for the sport that she exhibits. She's the oldest head in that group by a long way.
To be honest, probably in the whole race, in terms of experience, the way that she's seen the sport change, grow, from when she was on the talent team and she was racing at the Youth Olympics, which I believe back in 2006 or something was in Australia, and she was there with Lizzie Armistead as she was then. She's seen the sport change exponentially.
Yeah.
Various iterations of teams come and go, riders come and go, and she's been the constant. She's been the mainstay within the British cycling scene, in particular at national level. She's won the national circuit race, national title. She's won lots of different criteriums of the road races. She's
ridden multiple editions of the Tour of Britain Women as well.
Yeah, she has. She has. I think I'm not sure if she still is, but I know in the past she's been on the board, the road commission, helping to make the sport better and to really give her voice and to really help the sport grow too. So she's done so much for the sport. It's really, really impressive. But also helping the younger riders come through within the team at Smurfit Westrock and to try and help them develop. She's a coach herself by day.
Time gap's not changing between the Tindley group, let's call it the Tindley group, the second group on the road, and Josie Knight. 1 minute 15 seconds, but the time gap is growing to the peloton. Now 3 minutes and 40. 90k to go. The next descent of New Cross is just a couple of k up the road, a little bit less than that, and it won't be long before Josie Knight is on the climb once again.
The issue the peloton have got is the fact that the teams that have got strength in numbers represented in the race, so Hansling Alba Development, as well as Das Hutchinson, Smurfit Westrock, they've got riders up the road. They don't need to contribute from the peloton, so already you take out 20 riders of the 85 starters who aren't going to contribute here. So this is now where it's left on the shoulders of Millie Cousins, Flora Perkins, Zoe Backstead, Anna Morris perhaps, as well as Claire Steels. You also look towards riders and the full riders from Picnic Postonel. Zoe Backstead, Arwen Roberts, how can they try and use each other at Canyon SRAM? You need to form an alliance, and you were talking about allegiances. Can they be formed in the peloton? maybe some temporary allegiances need to be formed between those riders who are racing on the professional circuit, and they need to say, okay, well, if we all contribute and we get cohesive for 20 kilometres, let's at least bring this gap down to 2 minutes. And maybe a little bit later on, when the racing and we get deeper into the race, we can try and bridge across, or just naturally the way that we'll be racing will start to eat into the deficit or the advantage, let's say, for Josie Knight, but the deficit for those in the peloton.
Yeah, in a professional road race, some of those discussions would happen in the convoy behind between the DSs, wouldn't they? And that information would be relayed via radio to the riders in the bunch. But at the Nationals, well, it's just much more analog, isn't it? You've just got to have these conversations in the bunch amongst yourselves and figure it out on the hoof. Yeah,
Be verbal.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw Jo Tinley do, for example, when she was asking one of the NEG riders, the outriders who are keeping all of the riders safe, where's the peloton? What's the time gap? Do you have any news of the situation behind? You just have to try and go back to old-fashioned verbal talk.
1 minute 30 now to the Tinley group. Josie Knight's just riding away from the race. It's exceptional. Just looking at her recent, she is a track rider, really, Josie Knight, isn't she? And you know, a very, very decorated one. Interestingly, and I didn't know that she started off after her family moved to the west of Ireland. She actually represented Ireland early on in her career. She's on the climb now, and she did a really good ascent of this climb, which is vicious, as you can see. But in February this year, she claimed a European title in the individual pursuit, and in doing so, set a world record. She is the fastest woman ever in the individual pursuit on the track. And yes, an individual pursuit bears no resemblance really to a road race like this. But it clearly
it's only 125 kilometres longer, isn't it?
But it clearly suggests that she's an absolutely sparkling form.
Yeah, she is.
And she's really backing that up on the road.
She's one of those riders, as we see the sun shining at the finish line on the promenade in Aberystwyth, and 4 minutes and 25 seconds for the peloton. That is unbelievable.
Look at that. Bird of prey hovering over the chase group, the Tinley group, who are on the climb now or will be soon. You're stronger than them. Let's go. Support, maybe from friends and family at the side of the road.
I wonder whether she was asking, should I sit up and wait for the 4 riders?
Yeah, you're stronger than them.
You're stronger than them, and she is. She's opened up another 15 seconds to the quartet behind.
Oh yeah, there's no discussion.
So a lap ago, when it was at 23 seconds, or 25 seconds actually,
that was
at this
when
point,
it hung in the balance.
That's when it was hanging in the balance. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? She's always been a really good time trialist, and in particular, a really good pursuiter on the track. Even when she was a junior rider representing Ireland, she was on the podium at European Championships. I think she was 4th at the Junior World Championships on the track in the individual pursuit. So she's always been one of those who's been good against the clock. That's always been her favoured discipline. And then when she changed nationalities to British, she was testing for the Great Britain national squad, and she raced in Tokyo, silver medal in Tokyo in the team pursuit, bronze medal in Paris.
Yeah, no, she's very decorated, isn't she? But what a ride this is. She's riding away from all the groups on the road at the moment. There doesn't appear to be much organisation in the peloton, but there's plenty of organisation in that quartet of riders who are now at 1 minute and 45 seconds. But it's the first real concerted attack, wasn't it? Jo Tinley actually was the first rider who got a gap in the early kilometres of today's race, but it was Carys Lloyd, the Welsh rider from Movistar, who brought the peloton back to Tinley, and that attack didn't go. But a couple of kilometres later, Knight launched this attack and went solo. No one went with her initially, and ever since then, she has been off the front on her own. And again, last time on the climb, Knight took time on this chase group. And it just appears like Isabel Mays is battling to stay with these 3 other riders who are they're gonna need her, and they're gonna hope that she can get back on. It's not much of a gap at the moment, but she's clearly at a bit of a disadvantage on this time. In the meantime, though, the leader is over the top and on the descent. This is the second lap of 3 for the big loops, and the second half of the big loop is into this really quite brisk headwind. She'll get back on over the top, she should do, Mays. Although, doesn't look like much, that gap, but she's really blown up here, this might be hard.
Absolutely, all it takes is for that gap to grow pretty quickly to 15 seconds, and if you've not got the legs, and you're really starting to feel the fatigue and the pace and the intensity of this race, and of course because of the nature of the course, it's going to be really, really difficult to come back to the 3 riders. And it's going to be hard for anybody to come back to this rider, Josie Knight.
Well, the rules of physics and the rules of physiology suggest that she'll get slower. That's what should happen. She will tire. This is a massive effort. But at the moment, she's showing no evidence of it whatsoever. Still a long way to go. Let's stress that, though. 87 tough kilometres still remaining. Not even at the halfway point, as we just hopefully very temporarily lose a bit of signal. It hasn't been too bad in the middle of the countryside here in Ceredigion, but mobile phone signal is how these images are getting onto your laptop screens, onto your tellies, however you're streaming it.
Unbelievable technology, really, isn't it?
It's got better, hasn't it? Hannah, I seem to remember an edition of this race going back a few years where we tested this technology. I think the race was in Norfolk that year, you and I. First time we worked together.
2019, was it? Or 2020?
Let's put it this way, we didn't see too much of the race.
No.
Saw plenty of you and me yakking away in the studio.
It's very true, very true.
Still traumatised by that.
This is the first time you've been back.
No, the technology has improved. These are lovely images now, and beautiful, beautiful weather. As the chalkboard tallies with pretty much what we're seeing. In fact, the peloton is even further behind, 4:35 and 1:45, the 2 time gaps. Are you hanging a gold medal around Josie Knight's neck yet, Hannah? Or not yet?
Not yet.
No. But it's just worth reminding ourselves this is not a normal race. It doesn't come now then. I was just about to start wondering about which team is taking the responsibility, and this is the only answer, really. It has to be Picnic Postanel. They're going to have to start sacrificing 1 or 2 of their riders at this point, otherwise the race is going to get away. They're over the top of the climb, and look at the size of the bunch. That's been shredded. And because they're riding on the front, it might be difficult for the riders on the climb who did get dropped there to get back on this time, because they're starting to ride now with a bit more intent. Having said that, there is just 1 rider from Picnic Postanel on the front, and on her wheel is Candice Lloyd, who's not only a favourite, but she's a rider without any teammates, so I don't know who else is going to ride.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, the fact that there's only 1 rider from Picnic Postanel who's on the front. It's Becky's story. Perhaps they've had this discussion of who's willing to sacrifice their race to bring this back to heel, to make sure that at least one of the riders within Picnic Postanel go home with the jersey on their shoulders. So I don't necessarily think it's all too bad. I think it's quite smart and actually quite a normal, natural thing that one rider from a team who's got the strength in numbers does the work on the front. She's an incredibly strong rider, great climber. She's got the horsepower to be able to, and the sort of diesel engine really, to sit on the front and chip away at this deficit. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, and I don't expect to see someone like Candice Lloyd even come through and take a turn. It's almost a case of just being there, being up towards the front. Now everybody needs to be really, really alert as to what goes on in the peloton.
I mean, it's not a particularly big peloton any longer, is it?
No.
And
that's going to be the case throughout this course, and I said it earlier on, this is going to be a course where you see plenty of riders going out the back. They're just simply not able to hold on and sit in the wheels. It's not one of those courses where you can sit in the wheels. It's simply, if you don't have the legs, you will be found out. it's not like a flat course where even if you don't have the best day, you don't have great legs, maybe your form, and you're not in a good place form-wise, and it's flat so you can sit in, and then if it comes down to a bunch sprint, well, you've got the power, the speed, the tactical nous to try and win the title. It's very, very far removed from that.
That's only the second climb of New Cross done. We've got one more climb as well to go on this big loop. And it's done damage not just to the peloton, which is half the size that it was at the bottom of the climb now. It's also done damage to this chase group, who was struggling anyway to get across to Josie Knight. That job has been made even harder because Isabel Mays has been dropped. So they're down to just 3. And they continue to make 0 impact. So Becky Storey, I tell you, a team who are in a really good position if this does come back is Das Hutchinson. Look at the 4 riders there who are still there in those blue and green kits. They won't work on the front. So it's down at the moment to Becky Storey on her own of Picnic Postenel. Another one of her teammates, though, has moved up towards the front. And I think that's Josie Nelson. So it could be, Hannah, that they're going to work as a duo, these two, and Nelson will share the work with Becky Storey. Out onto the third of these long laps now, through Llanfarion, and into the tailwind section of the course, where Josie Knight will be even harder to bring to heel. ...81 kilometres to go. The best part of 50 kilometres raced, or thereabouts. So gradually we're approaching the halfway point in this 128 kilometre race, as the clouds blow to the side and reveal bright sunshine on the road now. The wind still strong, Josie Knight still strong. An amazing solo ride to this point. Into the feed zone. Snatching a bottle from the side. Yeah, the point you made last time we came through the feed zone, Hannah, about friends and family and whoever just manning the feed zones. It's a real hodgepodge of different characters at the side of the road. That's borne out for the men's race that we'll see later on this afternoon. There's a chap going to be standing at the side of the road called Graham Corlett, whose son Ruben, who was a reserve rider, has been called up and will be racing his first ever nationals.
Oh, brilliant.
And Graham was our production manager on ITV's Tour de France coverage. A good friend of mine who I've known for 20 years, and his lad is actually going to be racing.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Not out of the ordinary that reserve riders do end up getting the call-up, because there's plenty of riders who didn't sign on. We already know that Samuel Watson won't be defending his title.
Ben Swift isn't coming either,
Ben Swift neither. So, yeah, brilliant for those reserve riders that they've still been chipping away, they've still been training in the hope that they will get a ride at the National Championship.
So it's Robin Clay and Becky Storey, those 2 riders from Picnic Postenel. They've figured out their tactics now, haven't they? I'm sure that Pfeiffer Georgie is quite rightly emerging as the protected rider here. She's the favourite, and they are sacrificing their chances now in the interests of Becky Storey. My only question is, why have they left it so late?
I don't know. I simply don't know whether they weren't really paying attention.
Maybe they just
underestimated, whether they weren't paying attention each and every time that the blackboard was shown at the front, because it's very, very different when you've not got the race radios for riders who are very used to having race radios time and time, race after race, week in, week out, and they're given the time gaps through their ear from the sports director and the team car. So it's very, very different. Whether it was a case of underestimating the breakaway out front and Josie Knight out front, whether it was a case of not looking, being a little bit too far back, so they've never seen the blackboard. I don't know. I hope we find out at the end of the race that what the situation was. Or maybe we're discussing this and they're thinking, look, we've got this fully under control. It's only 4.5 minutes. We've got 80 kilometres to go of hard attritional racing. We're more than within our powers right now. And maybe there is absolutely no panic whatsoever. They're very comfortable with the situation. And maybe it's a case of, let's let them go up the road.
And we're talking nonsense.
Yeah, could be. We're strong. We've come out of the back of a really good, strong block of racing. We've been training hard. We're in good form. We've got nothing to worry about.
It's not how it feels, I must admit, Hannah.
Well, let's like I say, I hope that we'll hear from, even if they don't manage to win the race, I hope that we might be able to hear from a couple of the riders as to what was going on in the peloton at the end of the race. And what their thinking behind it was. Is it a case of, well, I don't want to do some work, and another rider says, well, I'm going to leave it and hope that another rider or team takes it up. Alice Towers moving forward in that pink jersey, former British champion up at Castle Douglas.
Rider for EF Education Oakley. Looks like a few riders who've been dropped on the climb might have just managed to get onto the back of the peloton. That seems to have grown in size a little, but it's nothing like the size it was before that second ascent of the climb.
It's really interesting that riders are taking 2 bottles on this loop. The fact that it's 23.4 kilometres long, maybe it's just on the brink, if it is still a hot day, maybe just on the brink of needing a second bottle. Because you've got the laps, you can almost afford to save yourself 500-600 grams on a nutritional course. You don't want to be carrying around too much, half a kilo with you.
Yeah. Having said that, Hannah, we can only go on the information we have got on screen in terms of the time gap, and it has been adjusted, hasn't it? So 3:35 is a very, very different, that feels very different to 4:25.
Well, they've been working hard, haven't they?
Yeah,
they've been working hard
now.
and they've fully committed at the head of the peloton, and that's why I say maybe the likes of Picnic Postonel, as we saw Robin Clay come to the front and do a big shift, maybe they're thinking, we're absolutely fine. Yes, the gap is over 4.5 minutes, but we've got this under control. We know that all it takes, and we've been sitting back and riding at a very low tempo. We've not even opened up yet, so we're happy. All it takes is for us to have 20 kilometres, 30 kilometres of consistent pace, consistent work at the front, and we can eat into the deficit.
Yep.
And that's what they've done. They've taken a minute off already in 15 kilometres.
And they've handed over to others now, so we've got isolated riders who are setting the pace on the front. But what kind of a pace? Because Picnic Postonel, with that commitment from Story and from Clay, clearly made a difference, but they've dropped back again now. Or perhaps they're using the flatter sections of the circuit as well, rather than the climbs.
And wisely so.
Lloyd has been very visibly up towards the front. Lloyd, the winner of a bunch sprint at World Tour level this year. The 19-year-old from Movistar, the Welsh rider. Exceptional talent and an exceptional result as well, beating Elisa Balsamo and Lorena Wiebes in the process. And she is a rider who no one will want to take to the finishing line in Aberystwyth. Very nearly 2 minutes the lead that Knight has over the Tindley group, who are battling on but making no progress across to the front of the race whatsoever. In fact, the peloton are getting a bit closer to the Tindley group now. Matilda McKibben, Tindley looking back. About 14 kilometres to go until they hit the climb for the final time, the new cross climb. And they'll be glad to see the back of that. 1.3, technically it says 1.3 kilometres at 7.2%, but when you see it each time around, it looks nothing like that, does it? It looks way, way, way steeper over quite a sustained period as well than that. They enter the local circuit with 58 kilometres to go in around about 18 kilometres time when they've completed this final big loop. But yeah, Picnic Postanel have dropped back. That tactic was brief, it was effective, but they have retired back again. It's interesting to see those four. There are 4 World Tour riders there of different World Tour teams. EF Education Oakley's Alice Towers, Imogen Wolf, young rider from Visma Lease bike, Anna Henderson, who's well, I wouldn't call her a veteran now because she burst onto the scene at such a young age, didn't she, Anna Henderson? But she's been around a long time racing at this level for Lidl Trek. And Caddis Lloyd, who's just at the beginning of her journey. And all of those World Tour riders are unsupported by teammates. Another rider we haven't mentioned at all, but it's worth mentioning her, is Liv Alula-Jayco's Erin Boothman. What a talent she is.
Oh, what a talent. What a brilliant talent the youngster is.
There she is in the purple jersey, just taking a gel from her back pocket in the middle of the road. Aye, aye.
Newly crowned 23 time trial champion as well.
Yep.
For Erin Boothman.
Feels to me, just looking at that time gap, that the Tindley group is slowly but surely packing it in. 2:25 now, the gap to Towers. Won't be too much longer, I don't think, that they might well be caught by the bunch. They would have thought, with that, the 4 riders relaying, working well together, so close to getting across to Josie Knight, they would have almost assumed that they would get across. Do your best, mate.
Love that.
Do your best, mate.
Oh, love that. That's absolutely brilliant. And that's all you can do.
Do your best.
Do your best.
Well, Josie Knight is definitely doing that at the moment. And attack. It was, I mean, the pace has definitely, since Picnic Postanel stopped riding, it had gone out of the bunch, hadn't it? That opens the door for a counter-attack.
Looks like it's Danielle Watkinson once again from the Jadon Glasden Power by Viva Lavello squad.
Well, she's been very active. So the incentive that these 3 riders, if the legs permit, still have is, I mean, if we are seeing a settled situation here where maybe the medals are going up the road, well, they've still got a 2-minute lead over the peloton. That's something to work with, isn't it? And,
massively.
Potentially the reward of a silver or bronze medal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still early to say that, isn't it? With 75k to go, the best part of 2 hours racing. But we're approaching the halfway point of this race.
The other thing to consider is the fact that those 3 riders in the chase at 2:25 still have that advantage, and they'll be hoping that if the situation scenario does change, it'll be a case of they get deeper into the race, riders come across to them as opposed to those 3 riders being swallowed up by the peloton, and they're still in the fight. So they've got some fresh legs who've come across. They can try and get a little bit of respite, sit in the wheels, and they'll hope to still be in the race come the end. So still very much to play for. This is actually Watkinson's teammate, Drakeford.
Yep, the 23-year-old rider, the 2nd year with the Jadon Viva Lavello team. Oh, it's a good moment to attack, wasn't it? But she's got a big, well, her target is to close solo a 2-minute gap to the chase group of 3, and that in itself is a tall order. It's a tough ask. Joanna, we haven't seen it, but I can only assume that the Das Hutchinson team car has been called forward into that gap and is riding in support of Josie Knight just behind her. That's my assumption, but it's the Nationals, isn't it? So you're never quite sure.
Well, you've only got one team car.
Yeah, and she's got
in the
multiple
convoy,
teammates.
and she's got multiple teammates. So if one of those teammates in the peloton had an issue, for example, Lucy Lee, who's another rider to watch out for within their roster, then you've got an issue, you've got a problem. Don't forget, we've got neutral service. So if Josie Knight has an issue, she can have the assistance of neutral service, who will provide her with a spare wheel, whatever she might need, even bottles. Always they'll have fresh bottles, whether it's with some electrolytes, some carb mix, or even water in the ice cooler. Maybe you might see the team car come behind Josie Knight if it was, for example, 30 kilometres to go, and she still had a 4.5 minute gap.
Yep, yep. For now, you're right. I would imagine that the team car is behind the peloton in the convoy, looking after her, what, 5 teammates? Well, Kirsty Drakeford has definitely got a gap. The peloton has lost sight of her, and she is at the moment stuck somewhere in the middle, but doing a really good ride, trying to close a 2-minute gap to the Tindley group. Call it the Tindley group, just a little reminder that Joe Tindley is in the company of Maddie Porton of Hansling Albertine and Matilda McKibben. What a ride this is, Josie Knight. I think when she attacked and got that gap, got up the roads, don't think we would have imagined, with the best will in the world, that with 73k to go, she would have 4-minute 35 lead over the race, and completely snuffed out any chance of the chase group getting across to her. She's got 10k to go until the final ascent of the New Cross climb, with the tailwind section at the moment. So Drakeford, one of 2 riders from the Jaden Glaston, powered by Vive Le Velo team. And both of the riders in those colours have been involved in the race, one way or another. Drakeford with this attack that has placed her off the front. But her teammate Danielle Watkinson has attacked as well, and also done a bit of work on the front of the bunch as well. So they've been very much involved in the race. Rider number 23. A dossard number that matches her age as well, 23-year-old rider. Well, the riders for the men's race, which starts early on this afternoon, I think they'll be watching this, especially for those riders perhaps who didn't take part last year in this Aberystwyth race. They'll be looking at this course and watching the women's race and learning from it, won't they?
Most definitely, and the men have that opportunity to see, okay, what was the scenario, what was the situation, how strong's the wind, what could potentially happen, where's a good place to try and make a move, and to try and take some learnings from the women's race. 5 minutes and 55 seconds is the advantage for this incredibly strong, tenacious rider, Josie Knight. Wow, and now it's bordering panic.
That feels terminal to me.
Yeah, this is borderline. What's going on in the peloton?
Yeah.
Clearly, there's no cohesion. There's no rider who wants to take it up. there's a lack of contribution, to say the least.
I mean, that's
even for the lone chaser in Group 2.
Well, she's just
the 23-year-old Drakeford, Kirsty Drakeford, she's already taken a minute and 20 seconds out of the peloton on her own.
So something's going on.
Something's going on.
Something's fallen apart, hasn't it? And on the other hand, Drakeford, she would have known she's got a real tall order, but to ride across a 2-minute gap all on her own to these 3 riders who are still working together. And if they've got the information, as well as Josie Knights, that the peloton's at almost 6 minutes, then this close to home now, 69 kilometres, their motivation will be skyrocketing. Yes, they'll be tired, Hannah, but you know better than I do, having raced, that this is a physical sport, but it's also a psychological sport, isn't it? And your morale, your motivation is absolutely key in a race situation like this.
Massively. Because whilst Josie Knight will be getting to a situation where she's starting to believe, and you have to come into a race believing you can win. If you come into the race already defeated and you don't believe you can do something, you're defeated before the race has even started. So clearly Josie Knight has come in and she is in sparkling form. We've already seen that this year alone on the track. But for those riders who are in the chasing group as well, they've also got to believe that they can hold on, and there's currently still a silver and bronze medal up for grabs in that second group, which is at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They've still got a minute and 55 to the lone chaser, Kirsty Drakeford. It's really interesting as well because you saw Alice McWilliam, the lady who was at the side of the road probably 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago now, who was giving the encouragement to Josie Knight when Josie Knight was asking, what's the situation, should I wait? No, and Alice McWilliam had replied, no, you're stronger than them, keep going. So even the encouragement and the motivation and the cheers from behind is really, really important. And for those on the roadside, whether it's in a feed zone, at the roadside, as McWilliam was doing, as I said before, there's no race radio. There's no way for them to have the encouragement or the stern word from the sports director in the team car to say, look, this gap is almost nearing 6 minutes. Let's get to work. Hansling Alba Development Road team are on the front. They're one of the teams that have got multiple riders. Anna Flynn, Ariana Holland, Madeline Leach, Beth Morrow, Kate Richardson. Whilst they've got plenty of riders who are eligible for the under-23 title: Arabella Blackburn, Madeline Cooper, Grace Lister, Mari Porton, Holly Ramsey and Isabel Sharp. Plenty of firepower within their team. They had the one rider, don't forget, in the chasing group at 2:30, but perhaps now they're starting to realise we need to put a rider up towards the front. Maybe we can be of assistance, we can use our strength in numbers. Maybe there's been a discussion which we haven't seen while we've been having a strong focus, and naturally at the head of the race. Well, Ned and I were discussing the 2011 National Championships on the Stamford Fordham course up in Northumberland, and we were trying to rack our brains. What was the climb called, the nasty climb that just rears up in front of you, a long straight road. You can see where it ends. It's a nasty, nasty climb, very steep. And thankfully, it's not.
Oh.
It's not. Chris Alder's got in touch. Fantastic photographer. If you love your photography and you love seeing all of the sights of professional races and the colours and all of the ambience going on, well worth a look on his social media channels at Cold Photo. He said it's the Riles.
The Riles. The Riles. Yes,
To be honest, it gone from my memory because it's such a nasty climb.
You've
I didn't ever want
expunged it from your memory, yeah. Fair enough.
So thanks, Chris.
So interestingly, the Hansling Alba team are riding on the front, but it's Phoenix Premier Tech who launch off the front, and this is a big move. Desperate times in the peloton, really, but a lot of the big hitters are up the road now. Anna Henderson following the wheel of Caddis Lloyd, and it is kicking off at the front. It's Flora Perkins, I think it is. So Flora Perkins, Caddis Lloyd, Anna Henderson. There's another rider from the Loughborough team as well. And Alice Towers at the front of what remains of the bunch. And Pickney Postanel have kind of provoked this situation by just allowing this time gap to go out.
I've just had a message which has just reminded me and sparked and jogged my memory. The time cut's 8 minutes. And Rick Lister from Smurfit Westrock, the sports director who's in the team car, he's just said that they've had the information through the radios of the organisation here at British Cycling. The gap is 7 minutes, and the time cut is 8 minutes. So anybody who's over 8 minutes will get pulled from the race.
You mean when they come around the start-finish line on the local laps?
Well, perhaps even on the longer lap.
Yeah.
If you're 8 minutes behind, will they black flag the bunch, and everybody's out.
Well, that would be.
So now they're nearing a situation and a scenario, because ultimately, if they go and they follow through with the rules in the road book that they've set out, there we go, 7 minutes.
I mean,
so in another minute's time, if it does grow, then we could find ourselves in a situation, but then of course the race certainly changes itself there, doesn't it? If you pull
all the favourites out,
the large bunch, maybe they could argue, well, we had it all under control, we were happy with the situation, but it's written in the road book, in the manual, anybody 8 minutes behind will be black flagged.
It's a puzzle, at the very least. Yeah, thank you very much for explaining that. But Hannah, it's got beyond a puzzle. It's borderline inexplicable, isn't it? What's gone on here? Is it miscommunication? Did they not have the information, or have they literally just underestimated, or have they just, has the peloton internally become dysfunctional? Certainly, Pickney Postanel is starting to ride again now.
There's also a situation where there's so many favourites, nobody really wants to contribute.
And most of the favourites are lone wolves as well, aren't
yes.
they? Yeah.
So they don't want to use their resources in doing chasing, because they want to have the legs for the back end of the race to try and win the race. But right now, at 7 minutes and 1 second,
there is no race for them to win.
There is no race for them to win, because the race is up the road and they've got a lot of work to do in 64 kilometres. There's always this old myth, this old rule that teams used to abide by. You could close a 1 minute deficit every 10 kilometres, for example. I think things have sort of slightly changed, and it doesn't always follow that kind of pattern these days. But when you've got a really attritional hard course where it's a wearing down process, you also have to factor in the tailwind, which has been a huge contributor to this advantage for Josie Knight, and even for the chasing trio in Group 1 at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot that they've got to do here, and somebody and several riders have just got to get themselves on the front. There needs to also be a bit of a voice in the peloton to say, we need you up towards the front, we need you to contribute. Stamp your authority a little bit.
The rule that you've just explained, that sort of unwritten rule about 10 seconds per kilometre, that applies to a full peloton with proper teams, doesn't it?
Totally.
And that's not the case, as you've described. You know, most of the favourites are on their own. So the other scenario as we get a slightly different time gap there, and that would suggest that the peloton is at 5 minutes. And again, it slowed down. We had a little bit of riding there by Picnic Postanel. But the other potential scenario that almost appeared there, Hannah, with that attack from Flora Perkins that was followed by Caris Lloyd, is that you get a group of those favourites off the front together, maybe a 6 or 7 rider group of the best riders, the strongest riders, and they work together and form some sort of alliance on the road. That is potentially another way this race might shape up. But this is the last ascent of the New Cross climb for Josie Knight at the moment, labouring up it, but even though the gradient is making her look slow, she is not slow. Every time she's gone up this climb, she has taken more time, not just on the chase groups, but on the bunch. .63k to go over a 128k race. Josie Knight now towards the top of this climb. Now, she did have a member of her support team, of her entourage, towards the top of this climb, who was relaying a bit of information to her last time around. I don't know if she's already gone past that person at the side of the roads, but she's very close to the top of the climb, and that is the final ascent of this climb on the big loop. And when she gets over the top of the climb, she's got another 4k to go or thereabouts before she enters the local circuit, which the race will take on 4 times, featuring the Morea climb. It's not as severe a test as this one, which is a brutal wall of a climb. What a ride from the individual pursuit world record holder and reigning European champion. Track specialist with limited achievements on the road, it has to be said. It's in the velodromes where she plies her trade to great effect. Very decorated rider, 29-year-old Josie Knight. But what a performance she's doing here. And it would be, if she pulls this off, a big, big, big shock and a surprise victory. But she has got every chance of taking the gold medal here. In fact, she has to be considered our favourite right now. What can be done to bring Josie Knight back? Certainly that group 1, the Tindley group, they're powerless. They can't do anything. We know that. They're beaten. She is stronger than their collective force. That's not up for discussion. The only group that can catch her is the peloton at 7 minutes. That shows very, very little sign of getting itself organised. Even though they can't race at the moment for the gold medal, these riders are themselves really well placed to be on the podium alongside Josie Knight at the moment, and thus will keep the motivation high in this chase group of 3.
They've got to keep the motivation between the trio high, because, as I said before, they're battling out for a silver and bronze medal currently.
Certainly are.
There's a lot on offer. There is a lot on offer.
We shouldn't forget about Kirsty Drakeford, who's sort of disappeared out of view, as Joe Tindley now is putting the hammer down on the climb and starting to damage the other riders. So Tindley really committing, and you can understand why it's a smart move from Joe Tindley. She's clearly on good form, and she's trying to go solo here.
This could be one thing which turns out to be a huge switch in the race. The fact that this rider here from Alba Development, Hansling Alba Development, is now being distanced, because this is Mari Porton who's getting distanced, and that means that that squad don't have anyone in the front of the race.
Yep.
And they're one of the teams that are most represented with the strength in numbers.
They've already done a bit of riding as well.
Yes, they have.
Time.
So I wonder if they already sort of started to see the cracks in Porton and the fact that she was really suffering in that breakaway. But if I was that team now, when you've got so many riders, it's time to put some riders and commit 2 or 3 riders on the front of this peloton and ride. They've got to.
Yeah, Porton has been dispatched, the 20-year-old. She's been dropped. Last time up this climb, it was Isabel Mays who's been dropped. This time, Mays' teammate, actually, Matilda McKibben, is the rider who has attacked, and Tindley has followed. So just 2 riders left of the second group on the road. And it seems as if the peloton has thrown the towel in here, Hannah.
Yeah, 8:45. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And there's...
I can assure you, if you're watching at home, Hannah Walker, sitting alongside me, is shaking her head in total disbelief at the way this race has played out. It is, I mean, it's just
jaw-dropping.
Catastrophically badly managed by the peloton.
Jaw-dropping.
But I don't think anyone expected Josie Knight to be this strong. Yeah. There's no organisation there, not even that. There is a rider from the Hansling team on the left there, but they're all flat across the road. 8:45. According to the rules, they should now be hooked out of the race, and it should be the end of their race. And the reason for that, of course, is we've got a relatively tight circuit race, haven't we? We've got 4 laps of a 12.54 circuit, so it's the reason that 8-minute rule is there. It's a practical reason. You've got the race convoy, the cars behind.
And safety.
Yeah.
It's also for safety reasons. Because then you're going to have a really tricky situation and scenario for the race director, Johnny Clay, and others involved in the organisation and the commissaires. Well, what do we do? Do we leave 5 riders left in the race? Knight, as well as Tinley, Drakeford, Porton, and then, of course, the rider of O'Shea Red Chili Bikes, Matilda McKibben.
Yeah. It's worth saying this isn't the Tour de France. This is a rolling road closure as well. So the distance between Josie Knight and the lead vehicles in front of her that are keeping the roads closed, and the very back where the broom wagon is now, I mean, that's got to be 10 minutes. And that equates to an awful lot of kilometres, and you can't do that. The police won't allow it. It's not safe, as you say, on this circuit. So for that reason, I think the peloton will be pulled out of the race, which would leave 5 riders. Kirsty Drakeford, Mary Portlu's still in the race, Joe Tindley, Matilda McKibben, and this rider, Josie Knight. There would be just 5 riders left in the race and 3 medals up for grabs.
But the under-23 title will still be battled for, because Mary Porton is an under-23 rider, Matilda McKibben is an under-23 rider, so there's a lot at stake between those 2 riders.
100%, and for Joe
that's
Tindley,
massive.
Standing on the podium of the road race would be one of her proudest moments.
Oh, it would be the crowning moment, the defining moment of a long, illustrious career.
And dedicated career as well.
Massively. She's chipped away. She has been one of those riders who has worked 2 and even at times 3 jobs whilst training, racing up and down the country, racing in Belgium and France, in the Netherlands. I don't know when she slept, to be honest, for a long, and it's funny, but it's true.
Yeah.
You know, she used to work as a chef. She was working very early in the morning. She'd go out and do her training, and then she'd be working in another job, and then in the evening another job, just to try and make ends meet. But all the while, somehow fitting in some training, whether that was strength and conditioning in the gym, whether it was a road ride, whether it was a turbo session. You've got to be really, really dedicated to the sport, to the cause, determination. You have to have the motivation on the really tough, rotten days when the weather's terrible to get out on your bike and do the training through all conditions. There was even a time when part of her training was riding to work so she could try and get extra miles in. And it would be a huge moment if she gets a medal, but if she was on the top step, I think there'll be a lot of very, very, very happy people. And there's been a lot of people and a lot of riders who have had her support, but she's also had their support.
Well, for Joe Tindley to be on the top step of the podium, I think is unlikely, given the fact that there's a 2-minute and 50-second gap and they've not made any inroads yet on Josie Knight. But these 2 riders, 8 18 years age difference between these two. Jo Tinley's 39, she's old enough to be her mother, the mother to Matilda McKibben.
Don't tell her that.
Well, it's true. McKibben, born in Peckham in South London, just up the road from me, but relocated to Yorkshire, so probably classifies herself as a Yorkshire rider. Has already raced the Junior Tour of Flanders in her career. Just 21 years of age. Now then, Flora Perkins attacking once again. Is that Pfeiffer Georgie who's gone? Yes, I think it is Pfeiffer Georgie, isn't it, who's followed the move this time. And Anna Henderson, and Caris Lloyd, Alice Towers. But it's too little too late, isn't it? I mean, it might not be too little too late to stay in the race. You can see a group's just come off the front. The peloton has been blown apart, actually. So this is a notable move, but we'll just have to see how it plays out with the race organisation. Millie Cousins is also in this, the defending champion in this move, so all the favourites seem to be here, Hannah.
And about time that they come to the fore.
Yeah.
I mean, 58 kilometres to go.
There was a long pause before you said that.
Yeah,
well, you're just trying to work it out, really. I mean, yeah.
I think I'm baffled that they've left it this long.
Now, which car is this? The Commissaire, Chief
Commissaire 2.
And that's the Das Hutchinson team car behind Josie Knight. As you predicted, now she's in a completely race-winning situation, Hannah. She will get the full and dedicated support of her team now. So the other Das Hutchinson riders are without support behind her. And
I think, rightly so now, you're getting into a situation where it's highly likely, yeah, absolutely hers to lose. So the team car and the sports director need to be there with the mechanic in case of a mechanical, a puncture, whatever might happen, so that they're there to have a very quick, slick change, but also now to make sure that if she needs a bottle on the course, she can take a bottle from the team car. Really important that she has that support. And not that she needs it, but even a little shout, cheer, bang on the door to give her some encouragement.
Yep. This is Group 2 then. Jo Tindley, Matilda McKibben of the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team. They're at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Increasingly, you'd have to reach a conclusion. This is the battle for silver and bronze. They've dispensed, at least for now, with the presence of Maddie Porton, the young rider from Hansling Alba Development Road Team. There's the Das Hutchinson team, only now being called forward. So perhaps that was the neutral service car behind Josie Knight.
Yes, you're right, I think.
Jo Tindley getting support there on this.
I think that's Alice McWilliam again, the teammate of Josie Knight, actually. She's not racing due to injury, and she's there able to give the updates, time updates. There's the team car of Smurfit Westrock. Rick Lister as a sports director in the team car.
So they're onto the local circuit now. They'll come to the finish line and head out onto the first of 4 laps at 49.5k to go. So in around about 7.5 kilometres time, we'll see them over the start-finish line in Aberystwyth on the seafront. That's a remarkable ride, whichever way you cut it. I mean, one of the real features in the early part of this race was how Josie Knight rode away from everybody.
Yeah.
You know, there was a concerted 4-rider group who got to within touching distance of her rear wheel, and that was all. That was it. She wasn't seen again. She committed to her tactic, and it's an extraordinary ride. She's forced this race situation. The team car is now up alongside her for the first time. She can get bottles from the car rather than waiting on the side of the road. 3 minutes and 23 seconds over the chase group behind. And she can already start to think about how she's going to celebrate this.
Ollie Moores handing out the bottles, multiple-time national Derny champion, sports director at Das Hutchinson.
This is all that remains of the peloton. This is the group of favourites. Imogen Wolf at the back, Harris Lloyd is in there, Anna Henderson. You've got Pfeiffer Georgie.
Hannah Morris in that black jersey.
Yeah.
Private member, you can just see black jersey, black skin suit, white helmet.
We've got
and that group split in two.
Yeah, we've got the two Phoenix Premier Tech riders as well, the defending champion Millie Cousins and Flora Perkins. And another Picnic Post NL rider coming back. Peloton cut into at least 3 or 4 different groups. But most of the favourites are here at the front. Pfeiffer Georgie riding on the front now. You talk about the motivation at Josie Knight must be sky high, as well as in that second group, McKibben and Tindley, but here they must just be wondering what on earth has gone wrong.
I'm astonished. I'm really dumbfounded what we've seen here.
Would this have happened with team radios, do you think? I mean,
it's hard to say. I very, very much doubt it. But it also has to be on a level playing field as well. As we see Becky Story of Picnic Post NL make a big, big move. The defending champion Millie Cousins covering it, as well as a former champion back in 2021, Alice Towers, in that pink jersey of VF Education Oadley.
Big dig that from Story, wasn't it?
It needs to be consistent.
Yeah.
And it needs to be a constant effort here. You can't, and we've seen this already throughout the race. We've already seen 5, 6, 7 kilometres, riders being on the front, pulling, and then they let up and then they decide, well, I'm not getting any assistance, so I'm not going to continue here, which, rightly so, you don't want to drag everybody back, I get that, but this needs to be a consistent effort here and a consistent pace from Becky Story, and it needs riders to contribute. So she needs Millie Cousins to come through, she needs Alice Towers to be there, the riders from Das Hutchinson, and this is a teammate in that blue and green jersey of Josie Knight. She's not going to work.
No,
she's not going to contribute. She's just going to, yeah, as you say, disrupt things.
And you mentioned Mary Porton's presence on the front. Hansling Alba might play a role, but I don't think they've got many riders left in that group. So it's all set fair for Josie Knight. 51k to go, not too far now. She's on the outskirts of Aberystwyth before she gets to the start-finish line. Just having the presence of this car alongside her, that's going to help massively, isn't it? Because she's been on her own, getting little fleeting bits of information from the blackboard, occasional shouts from the side of the roads, but there would have been moments where she would have been doubting what she was hearing, and like,
well, if you saw 7 minutes or 8 minutes on the board, you absolutely would doubt yourself, thinking, well,
we've been doubting it in the commentary
here. Am I really seeing this?
Yeah, absolutely. But now just have that confirmation from the team car that yes, it is happening, is massively important to how she goes about this final 50 kilometres of racing. So with the acceleration in the peloton, or what remains of the peloton, Hannah, it could be that they'll bring it down to within 8 minutes and they'll be almost condemned to carry on racing. And maybe they're seeing something that we're not seeing, and they can still bring this back. But the maths, everything suggests that it's too late.
It very much depends on who's got the legs from that peloton, who's got the motivation, who is willing to sacrifice here, because right now they're racing for a 6th place if they don't get black flagged and pulled out. Because ultimately, should the commissaires administer the rules that were in and the regulations that were in the road book, or is there an asterisk next to it depending on how many riders or what the situation is, whether it's a dropped group? Does that apply to the peloton?
Yeah.
And should they administer the rules and regulations that were in the rule book? Because now that they're on to the smaller loop, and you've already mentioned it, Ned, this smaller loop is only 12.4 kilometres long, so
Josie Knight can be on the wheel of the broom wagon before too long at this race.
She almost lapping the bunch.
In your knowledge of the Women's Elite Road Race Championships in recent years, has anything similar to this happened in years gone by?
Never.
No.
Not in recent years.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of would potentially be in the Nicole Cook days in the 2000s.
Where the peloton was, with huge respect to Nicole Cook, because she was a great champion, but the peloton was less even, wasn't it? It was,
of course.
Their strength and depth wasn't anything like what it is today.
There were only 4 riders who were racing at a somewhat professional level. Emma Pooley, Sharon Laws, the late Sharon Laws, Nicole Cook, Lizzie Dignan was coming through. There were a number of riders who were plying their trade in Belgium, racing for club teams, but they were very much racing on the Kermesse circuit, racing some of the professional races, or what were, let's say, semi-professional races, how it was, World Cup races potentially back then. So it's very different to how the scene is now and how it's been transformed over the last 15 years.
He's going to have his work cut out, I think, to hold the pace of Josie Knight on that bike.
He's got his panniers at the ready to join you anyway.
Love a pannier on my bike. He's also got an electric motor. Still not helping.
That's also helpful. You've got to say to the team manager of Das Hutchinson, Simon Howes, chapeau, because he's another one. We talk about riders who've been on the scene for a very long time. Joe Tinley, for example. Rick Lister, who manages the Smurfit Westrock team through the various iterations and teams that he's had. But Simon Howes, likewise, he was there at Sigma Sport with the men's team back, what must be 13, maybe 14 years now. He's had Cams Tifosi, which then developed into Cams Basso. He's also been a part of this Das Hansling, which went into Das Hutchinson, Brother UK.
Yeah,
he's been
characters
chipping
like that
away.
Are so important.
They're
to
integral to the sport.
Scene. And you know, it's a huge amount of dedication, often financial dedication as well, and time, and it's a labour of love, isn't it? But,
totally.
The scene depends on people like that.
Totally.
Yeah.
Taking the team from a club team to a continental team, so it is a UCI registered team. They're racing professional races. Only 2 weeks ago, they were at the London Nocturne with a team, but they also had a team racing in the Copenhagen Sprint. So they had multiple riders spread across different races. You know, chapeau for making it work, and for all of the hard work in managing a team, finding the sponsors, smooth operations, logistics of a team. It's not easy. So chapeau to Simon Howes.
Well, Josie Knight has got 100 metres to go, and then she'll be crossing the start-finish line for the first time over she goes, and then out onto 4 laps of the local circuit, which is 12.4 kilometres in length. As a seagull gets in the way a little bit, and Josie Knight goes out on the first of those 4 12.4 kilometre laps with a huge lead, not just over the peloton, but over the chase group. She's exploded this race. An absolutely tenacious, ferocious performance from Josie Knight. From the moment she attacked, she put everybody on the back foot. And this really should be 4 laps of honour for Josie Knight. It'll be interesting to see if we do get shots of the peloton coming over the line, what the exact time gap is, and whether or not they actually get flagged over the line and just retire.
I'm very curious to see what happens. Will they black flag it? If things do come all back together, is it fair that they were allowed a serious dispensation to still carry on despite the 8-minute time cut? Especially if the outcome of the race changes.
Yeah, but each passing kilometre makes that less and less likely, doesn't it? 48k to go now.
Got to think of all the scenarios here, Ned.
Yeah. I mean, we were almost borderline at a moment where Josie Knight, if she punctured or had a mechanical, could pop into the local bike shop and get it fixed.
She could have a coffee.
Griff Lewis has a cafe in Aberystwyth, doesn't he, the former racer?
Griff Lewis, yes,
Yeah.
he does. He does. I'm trying to remember what it's called, actually.
Griff's?
Yeah, it would be a good name, wouldn't it? Would be a good name.
Only now are McKibben and Tindley coming down through the centre of Aberystwyth and onto the Victoria Terrace and approaching the start-finish line. 1k to go still. I mean, that is what 3.25, 3 minutes and 25 seconds actually looks like on the road. She's leaving town already.
Oh, you're quite right, Cafe Gruff.
Is it?
Yeah, Cafe Gruff. Oh, I'll say Gruff, it's Griff.
Griff.
Of course, the U being an I.
Literally, that's what it's called. That was just a guess.
Cafe Gruff, yeah, that's right.
There we go.
I was thinking it was named after his son.
Right.
But should have known better.
He's not still racing, is he, Griff Lewis?
He's not, but I think he was dipping his toe into Ironman.
It wouldn't surprise me. I know that at the Tour de France he's part of the S4C commentary team, so we often see him, the Welsh language commentary team. It's a shame. I would have liked to have seen him in the men's road race, competing on home roads. Well. Matilda McKibben, 21 years of age, the young Yorkshire woman, and Joe Tindley. Talk about characters who support the domestic scene and commit themselves through thick and thin over a long period of time. Tindley is the epitome of such commitment to the sport. And she is within touching distance of a colossal reward for all her commitment to the sport. The battle for silver is between these two at the moment, and unless anything dramatic changes, and changes quickly, you're looking at the silver and bronze medal of the elite women's road race. And it was around about 3.5 minutes down on Josie Knight that they crossed the line. This race has exploded. The time gap's way bigger than you might have imagined. And way bigger than last year as well. So, 12.4 kilometre circuit. And around about 3 kilometres time, we'll get our first look at the Moria climb. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's a shorter effort than the New Cross climb on the big circuit. But it is the high point, the out point of... So we've got another rider, Grace Lister of the Hansling Alba team. Oh no, it's Maddie Porton, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's Maddie Porton. We forgot that she was dropped, wasn't she, on the New Cross climb, but she's still out there on her own.
And she's still battling for 4th place in the race overall, but the silver medal in the Under-23 Championship.
Spot on.
So there's a lot to continue to fight for.
McKibben is nailed on, really, for that, isn't she? But the peloton is now at 6 minutes and 30, which is a big difference.
Huge. And the fact that they've taken almost 2 minutes off their deficit in the last 5 kilometres, give or take.
But if that's correct,
it's a telling sign, because Zoe Backstead, now you can see the winner in the individual time trial on Thursdays decided, look, enough is enough. Now we're onto these smaller circuits. I've got to try and change the scenario and the situation here.
Well, that's bad news for Maddie Porton, because Zoe Backstead has attacked from that group of favourites. And she comes to the line from the peloton round about 7 minutes down on Josie Knight. And here's the remainder of the group of favourites. Well, what can Zoe Backstead do now? Is it inconceivable, Hannah, that Zoe Backstead, at the very least, she's going to get across to Porton fairly soon, and then use her as a stepping stone to try and get across to the Tindley-McKibben group, and then see what happens from there?
I think it would be a stepping stone. It might be a moment where she's on the wheel momentarily to Porton, but she wants to establish a gap. She wants to bridge across. So, with all due respect to Marty Porton of Hansling Alba Development Road Team, she's been out front for a long, long way in that chase, at least. Not out front, but in that chase. And the legs are tired. She's really starting to feel that fatigue. So I think for Backstead, her main objective isn't getting to her wheel to have some respite. She should be firing on all cylinders to bridge across to this Tinley group, and then from there, using that as a stepping stone to get to the front tonight, if she can, and if she's got enough kilometres left.
Well, Millie Cousins headed the remains of the peloton over the line, by my calculations, over 7 minutes down. I think that 6:48 is probably the time gap to Zoe Backstead. But at least behind, we do have a race now, Hannah. And Josie Knight will start to tire. That's only natural and to be expected. But to what extent? She still looks pretty fresh. 45 kilometres to go. Tindley and McKibben might be aware that Zoe Backstead has attacked. They've got their team car there. If they're aware, they will be relaying that information to this duo. They've still got, even for a rider like Zoe Backstead, she's got to make up over 3 minutes to get across to Tindley and McKibben on her own, which she's eminently capable of doing. But
absolutely,
it's going to have to be a huge ride from Backstead. Caddis Lloyd is in this group. The peloton just blown apart into bits and pieces. So one of the UAE riders as well was in that group. Similarly sized group to the group of favourites, with Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson, with Imogen Wolf, Millie Cousins, Flora Perkins, around about 7 minutes. So it's a little bit hard to keep track of the groups on the road at the moment. No doubt about the lead-up. Josie Knight off the front on her own with a 3.5-minute lead over Joe Tindley and McKibben, Matilda McKibben. Then we've got Maddie Porton, who is, well, last time we saw, she's on her own on the road in 4th place, but not too far behind her, Zoe Backstead, last time we saw, certainly over the start-finish line, is on her own in 5th.
Only now are we starting to see the shoulders of Josie Knight rock and roll, a little bit of a grimace come on her face, and now you can really start to see, and it's not a surprise, but now she's starting to feel the efforts of being out front alone and not having a wheel to sit on at all. Just coming across the line now, this is Kate Richardson, the former circuit race national champion.
She finished 11th last year, She's not going to be finishing 11th this year. A totally different race situation has transpired. In fact, she may climb off at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And I wouldn't blame her. So those time gaps now. 3:30, that's the Tindley group. Peloton starting to eat away at that time gap. They were over 7 minutes down at the start-finish line. It's now down to 6:30. Group 2, I can only imagine, is the Backstead group. So Zoe Backstead holds a 30-second lead on her own to the peloton and might well be pretty close to catching Maddie Porton on the road. But despite the resources being thrown at this race for television coverage, it's impossible to have cameras on every single one of these groups at the moment, so directors will be doing his best to cover as much of this race as possible, but it's spread over such a large amount of road as well, with this huge time gap of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. McKibben and Tindley, though, cooperating with one another. Making no big inroads into the Josie Knight's advantage of 3.5 minutes on the road. 4 minutes here, they've just been told. Two chasers, so I think that was what was being relayed. Two chasers at 6 minutes. So Mary Porton and Zoe Backstead are together on the road, and they're the group 2 now at 6 minutes. Although it remains to be seen whether Mary Porton is able to hold the wheel of Zoe Backstead, but Backstead and Porton together at 6 minutes. So Backstead is on the march, and she now has another 2 minutes to try and close the gap to get across to this group. Consistently taking time. Josie Knight, it's been quite phenomenal. She was brought back to around about 23 seconds, and from that moment on, she built her lead to 25 seconds, then to a minute, then to 2 minutes 30, and now she's got the biggest advantage that she's had of the entire race of 4 minutes. Biggest threat to her comes not from McKibben and Tindley, who are the group at 4 minutes, but it comes from Group 2, which is being driven on by Zoe Backstead, who is now over a minute in front of the peloton and within a minute 25 of the Tindley group, but still with a huge amount of work to do. Backstead, if she really wants to get to the front of the race and threaten Josie Knight, because 43k to go, 5 minutes 25 seconds. Josie Knight starts to really tire now. It's not impossible if Backstead is on the form of her life. Certainly the peloton is not, has let Zoe Backstead go and is seeing Backstead ride away from them at the moment. The peloton doing just about enough to avoid being black flagged and eliminated from the race. Had they come over the line over 8 minutes down, they would have potentially just all been hoiked off the course. She's got 5k to go as she heads back in towards Aberystwyth on this local circuit for the first time. She'll go over the finish line again in 5 kilometres time at 37k to go. Bringing Knight a little bit more fresh information about what's happening behind. reassurance and encouragement. She's still in a very, very strong position here. All that's changed, and it could be a significant change, is the attack of Backstead and the renewed riding in the peloton behind. Here she is then, Zoe Backstead, no longer in the company of Maddie Porton. So she's the rider to watch at the moment, Backstead. She's dropped Maddie Porton. She is the fourth rider on the road and off in pursuit of the duo ahead of her. That's her next target, to get across to Tindley and McKibben. 1:25 to do it for the newly crowned individual time trial champion of Great Britain. She's in such good form, Zoe Backstead. I mean, she's one of the strongest riders in the world at the moment. Took a brilliant win at the Tour de Suisse on an uphill finish with a extended and very powerful sprint that no one could respond to. She's in great nick, Backstead. The younger of the two Backstead sisters. Her older sister Eleanor not starting the elite women's road race today. So this is a time trial effort from Backstead to try at the very least to get across to Group 1 on the road. The chase group at 4 minutes. Dropping down off the high point of this local circuit now, down towards sea level, down towards Victoria Terrace and the start-finish line. Josie Knight with her big lead still intact. Backstead all alone, fourth place on the road, 1 minute 25 seconds or thereabouts, as she looks up the roads to see if she can, on the straighter sections, whether she can make visual contact at the very least with Tindley and McKibben. Has she bitten off more than she can chew here?
Don't necessarily think she had any other option.
Yeah.
It's a case of take a bite and realise it was more than you can chew, or take a bite and realise, actually, I've still got something left in the legs and I'm able to bridge across. You never know if the duo out front with Tindley and McKibben start to tire, and she's only 1 minute and 25 seconds behind those two, then a silver medal right now is very much on the cards and a very, very realistic possibility for Backstead.
It's the last thing I think that Tindley and McKibben would want to hear.
Of course. Don't tell them that.
A rider of Zoe Backstead's pedigree, but also her form. She's in great nick at
Brilliant
the moment,
form.
isn't she, Hannah?
Brilliant form. First road World Tour stage victory at the Tour de Suisse. Of course, she's already won World Tour races in individual time trials. Come into this championship with excellent form, and it's one of those where, and we spoke about the tactics of a national championship and how it unfolds, the varying different scenarios, the parkour, relatively shorter distance than some of the World Tour or professional riders who race at either Pro Continental level or World Tour level are used to. But that being said, the tactics come into it massively, and lots of riders, they don't want to take things up and give their rivals an easy ride, and I do think there's been a lot of looking at each other from some of these riders who race at the professional level, and nobody's wanting to give an inch. Allow riders to have a free ride.
Well, there they are, ahead.
Yeah, there they are.
Blimey, so Zoe Backstead, that's not a minute and a half. That is a much smaller gap than that, and Zoe Backstead is very nearly across to Tindley and McKibben, and she'll go straight past them, I would imagine, at this rate. She won't hang around. 40k to go still. Is Josie Knight's lead secure? Because Backstead is charging.
The one thing for Tinley and McKibben is the fact that they've still got 4 kilometres from now until the start of the climb. So the Josie Knight and or actually give it a little bit more, because the gap's at 4 minutes, so they've probably got 7 kilometres until the base of the climb. So they've got that opportunity to, if Backstead does manage to bridge across successfully and she joins Group 1, and she's going to do that imminently,
I think
they
she's
can
just,
sit on the wheel.
Can they hold the wheel, though?
That's the thing.
Watch this. Watch Zoe Backstead sweep past them. She'll just continue her effort. Tinley's having to get out of the saddle to get onto the wheel and get in that slipstream and just ride the Backstead train now. But McKibben, you can see how hard it is for Matilda McKibben. Tinley did that really well.
That's perfectly done. That's exactly what I was thinking. If that's the one thing that they've got to do, get in the wheel. If you don't get into the slipstream immediately, that's it. Backstead's gone. She's up the road and it's game over. But they have, as I say, 6.5 kilometres to go until the base of the climb, where Tinley and McKibben can get a little bit of respite now.
It's respite.
The question is holding on to the wheel on the climb.
It's kind of like painful respite, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's respite, but let's see how this develops. Let's see what impact Backstead has on the 4-minute time gap now. I think for understandable reasons, Hannah, both of us sort of in commentary terms, we're starting to hang that gold medal around Josie Knight's neck. Have we done that too soon? Is there going to be a plot twist here? But it would take a special rider to change the narrative, but Zoe Backstead is a special rider.
However, in just under a lap, Zoe Backstead has taken her deficit from 8 minutes and 8 seconds to 4 minutes. She's halved it. So this is not beyond the realms of possibility that Backstead can indeed close the gap tonight.
In which case, Jo Tinley, just hang on in there.
Yeah.
And Matilda
Sit on the
McKibben.
wheel.
Yeah.
You've done your bit.
And that's interesting, isn't it? The Smurfit car then offering Zoe Backstead a bottle, because Zoe Backstead is motor pacing at the moment their rider up potentially towards the front of the race again. Well, I'm sure somewhere Zoe Backstead's illustrious father, Maggie, is out on the course, probably in the feed zone, isn't he, doing his bit, or at the finish line. He'll be watching this in...
Unless he'll be at another national championship. Let's not forget, he's a sports director for a World Tour squad, a human-powered health. Maybe he might have to be in a team car at a different... Well, absolutely, I hope so.
He'll have his laptop open. Wherever you're watching in the world, whether it's in Aberystwyth, Maggie, I hope you're watching.
And Meg, of course, the moment prolific winner, and...
They had no choice, did they, Eleanor and Zoe, but to become the champions that they are, yeah. I remember back in 2004 going and visiting the Backstead house in South Wales, and lifting the Paris-Roubaix cobblestone that Maggie had just won that year. And I remember seeing the two girls, tiny little things they were at that time, and asking Meg and Maggie whether or not they would want them to be future champions. And I think the glint was in their eye even then. So, Eleanor Backstead.
Zoe,
thank you. Zoe Backstead. She understands exactly what's happening here. She hasn't flicked the elbow, looked round. She's not going to expect any work from the riders on her wheel.
Zoe Backstead knows that she's by far the strongest in this group.
Yeah.
And right now, this is an opportunity to completely flip this race on its head and turn it into her favour. And so she knows she's got the power, she knows she's got the physical capabilities, she knows she's in sparkling form. Right now, she's racing for the win. She's not concerned about trying to save a bit of energy just in case she doesn't make it to Josie Knight, and the fact that 3 riders might come to the finish and she's going to be challenged for the silver medal. Right now, this is all about racing for the victory, and I think this also takes a rider who realises she's got to lay it all on the line, but you've got to take this risk to go with McKibben and Tinley on your coattails, on your wheel, in order to win. And she knows she's got what it takes, even if it came down to a sprint, Ned.
Yeah, there are multiple different ways of her winning the silver medal,
Absolutely.
and only one way of her competing for gold, which is just totally committed now.
Completely.
The individual time trial champion to riding across that gap. Well, cycling does this from time to time. As Matilda McKibben there, Joe Tindley just lets the wheel go a little bit, and McKibben just gets round Tindley and onto the wheel of the marauding Zoe Backstead. And here's the bunch. They're not too far behind, are they?
No, not at all.
Behind the Backstead group, at least. Alice Towers. Robin Clay. Flora Perkins, Millie Cousins, fight for Georgie. Erin Boothman. Most of the favourites are there. Maybe one or two absentees. Imogen Wolfe. Anna Henderson's in this group as well, Cadis Lloyd. Oh, this looks potentially dangerous here for McKibben and Tindley. Interesting to see how that happened, but they've lost the wheel of Zoe Backstead. They've let her go, and that appears to be, well, that's going to be a very hard situation to retrieve. McKibben and Tindley probably need to get back together again and then cut their losses and consider just working together again in the hope that one of them can get the bronze medal. In the meantime, though, the leader is on the climb, Josie Knight. Yeah, exactly that has happened. Zoe Backstead is now in the silver medal position, all on her own, in second place, going off in pursuit of Knight. She just rode them off her wheel, didn't she? There was only so long that McKibben and Tindley could hold the wheel. An enormous performance, whatever happens, whether this is just, in inverted commas, a silver medal, or she does get across tonight. This is a heck of a ride here from Zoe Backstead. Zoe Backstead looks like she's paying a little bit for those efforts, but she's still so strong. So it's just to ride those two riders off her wheel. That's kind of Remco Evenepoel racing, isn't it?
Tadej Pogacar.
Tadej Pogacar. Well, sit back and enjoy this finale. Hannah's very kindly brought me another cup of tea. Still to come, of course, this afternoon we've got the men's race. But I think we've got a potentially very exciting finale here in the women's race to look forward to. There's another group here, comes to the line, with almost the entirety of the Hansling Alba team in it. Still in this race, still competing for the minor placings. One or two of these riders might climb off at this point. Others might just ride on. They've got 3 laps to go.
Paris Lloyd just crossing the line there in the white jersey for Movistar. It's not going to be her day.
Nope. Is it going to be her day? It looked a nailed-on racing certainty. Absolutely indisputable that Josie Knight would ride to the gold medal. She's still got every chance of doing that. She's still got a big lead to defend. But there's a big but, and it's This rider here, Zoe Backstead, who has completely changed the whole dynamics of this race. And only really, there's probably only one rider in the peloton who could have done this as well, and it's Backstead. Three minutes and 50 seconds. There are, that's the last check, so that might have been a little bit.
There he is.
Maggie.
There's Maggie.
There he is. 340. Big shout from the side of the road.
It's interesting as well with Maggie. I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that actually. What was the information that he relayed to Zoe? Was it a time that I couldn't quite hear on the ambient sound? Because he knows that whilst he's deep inside, he really wants to cheer on his daughter and give her the encouragement. It's also really important that he gives clear, precise information and useful information that she can use. So a time gap, how is she looking?
Here we go. Well, maybe you're just telling her what's for dinner this evening.
If you don't win, you can ride back to Pontyclean.
There's Matt Bramyer in the GB car, looking after Zoe Backstead. I wonder if Lizzie Deignan is in this car alongside him. She's certainly part of the GB setup and was in Aberystwyth. Drove there yesterday.
Could well be.
Yep.
Could well be.
So next time that Josie comes over the start-finish line, or the finish line we'll call it now, there'll be 2 laps remaining and 24.5k to go. Not too far for her. We've lost the distance to go graphic.
There she is.
There she is. Her first experience as a DS. Smile, Lizzie. What she needs to do when she gets experience as a DS is wind that window down and just flop her right arm out of the window. Because that's proper DS behaviour, isn't it?
There she is.
Hello, Lizzie.
Could it be?
There we go.
There.
That's it.
Hello.
She's got the message.
She's listening to you, Ned. Could it be? Could it be? First race as a sports director, first day in the job,
Yeah, she
and
gets the win.
100% win record.
Well,
Could it be?
You'd have to retire, wouldn't you, after that? Undefeated.
Mic drop.
Is it going to happen, though? Is it going to happen? It's going to be very, very tight. If Zoe Backstead does this, not only will it be one of the most memorable editions of this prestigious race, but also, I mean, it's going to be, if she does catch her, it's going to be on the final lap, isn't it?
It's going to be very, very tight. But you've got this combination here between Josie Knight and Zoe Backstead. The fatigue is really setting in for Josie Knight. She's been out there for a long, long time on her own, coming up to 100 kilometres on her own, whereas Backstead has spent the majority of the race sitting in the wheels, whilst it's probably been a very stressful, a lot of nervous energy has been used because of the situation and seeing that time gap grow. She's had the wheels to follow, so she's been able to shelter herself, use the slipstream, save energy where possible. And now this is a case, as we see the gap, 340 for Zoe Backstead, 420 to the 2 chasers.
Yeah.
And over 5 minutes to the peloton behind.
What?
This is very much, the fatigue resistance is coming in.
Yeah. The only thing I say counter to that, Hannah, and I don't know what you'd think about that, is that Josie, although she's been out for an incredibly long time, She has done a really kind of, it sounds strange to say, but she's measured her effort, knowing where the finish line is.
Very.
Whereas Zoe has had to go, I mean, that's an explosive attack. She's holding a huge, she's basically going flat stick here,
Massively,
isn't she? So,
and she has to. It's her only option right now to do what she knows best and give this everything. And we already saw 5 kilometres ago, gritted teeth, little bit of rocking and rolling in the shoulders. This is a really, really hard, deep effort to bridge across. And as you say, Josie Knight, on the other hand, while she's been out there for a very, very long time and hasn't had the shelter or the
had no wheels to sit on.
No wheels to sit on and had that luxury, she still looks very strong, very little movement in the upper body. A beautiful cadence, beautiful pedaling style.
And with that gap, whatever it is, it still seems like it's over 3 minutes. Zoe Backstead is not going to see Josie Knight for some time yet. She will be closing on her, I would imagine, still taking time, but she's way out of sight still, Josie Knight. If it does reach the point where Zoe Backstead...
It's almost plateaued, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because she halved the gap in one lap, but now she's only taken, Zoe Backstead's only taken another 20 seconds out of that.
Still a long way to go, though, isn't it? And that, you know, if she keeps chipping away, that will reach that point where potentially she'll see Josie Knight, and that would change the dynamics again. Just add that bit of encouragement to Backstead.
Behind, I feel like there's going to be some serious words had after the race is finished. And there should be some stern words.
What, with you and me? That's well possible.
No. How was the cup of tea? How would you rate it?
It's fine.
Was it all right?
No, it's good, very good. No, it's very good.
Northern Brew, that.
Yeah,
No,
I know what you mean.
riders behind, I really do. I think there'll
be a lot of frustration.
A lot of frustration.
Yep.
A lot of words to be had, to be honest.
A little bit of pointing fingers and shrugging of shoulders, no doubt. For me, the real puzzle has been Picnic Postanel. You know, they were the only team with the big favourites who came here with numbers, and they just didn't ride.
And when they did ride, it was momentarily.
Bits and pieces, wasn't it?
Yeah, here and there.
Yep.
Nothing too constant. They should have just sacrificed one rider to be the diesel engine on the front. So
out on the far part of this local circuit, we have lost very temporarily, I hope, a little bit of signal, as you can see from the cell coverage. Here's the situation at the finish line, but it won't be too long before we're going to see Josie come towards the finish line again and out on her penultimate lap. She is approaching the outskirts of Aberystwyth, and when she comes through the finish line, it'll be 24.5k to go. There's Zoe Backstead. Not looking quite as smooth as she was when she launched off the front. You know, it's exceptional as well, isn't it, that none of those favourites in that what remained of the peloton could go with her or did go with her. She just exploded.
It's astonishing that they didn't go with her.
Yeah.
We didn't see the exact moment when she made that attack, whether it was a case of they couldn't or, again, too much looking, but still, nevertheless, astonishing that they've not really done anything to stop Zoe Backstead going away or trying to come across. If this was a group of 3 or 4 riders, for example, of the favourites, then things would be very different, and it would be quite a worry, and it would mean that probably the gap would be 3 minutes at this point, or maybe less than 3 minutes, because Zoe Backstead hasn't had to do the job all on her own.
Head drops a little bit, arms look a little bit stiffer for Zoe Backstead. Maybe not quite as fluent as she was maybe 10 kilometres ago. Off the hoods, down onto the drops, trying to find a more comfortable position, keep that high power output as high as she can, but she has no option other than, she can't really taper this or measure it. She's just got to go as hard as she can for as long as she can. In this position now, and probably still taking time. Lizzie Dyden pulls up alongside Zoe Backstead now. One rider, is that what she said?
Yeah, she said, is it just one rider? Just double checking, is it
Yeah.
only one other rider who's up the road?
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? We work on the assumption that, you know,
they know what the
she
situation is.
definitely knows that.
No.
No, absolutely not. She needs to double
And
check.
if you're just joining the coverage, there is no race radios. There's no communication like riders would have in a professional setup in a professional race. So this is very much you're relying on your team car, you're relying on the blackboard, you're relying on people at the roadside, whether that be part of your setup, a family, a friend, maybe even a fan or a spectator at the roadside giving a time update and the situation on the road.
Which has changed now because those time gaps suggest that Zoe Baxter has continued to take time on Josie Knight. She's down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. It's going to be heartbreak, I think, for Tindley and McKibben if they're the group at 4 minutes and 40, because they're about to be caught by the peloton.
Yeah,
and that is just desperately, desperately disappointing for them.
Yeah, it's shattering, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. Nevertheless, they should go away from this national championship and be very, very proud of the way that they've ridden, the way they read the race early on, that they contributed, they were cohesive in that chasing group. Yes, they never quite managed to bridge across to Josie Knight here, but they should come away from the race with a lot of confidence. And chapeau to the riders, to the team, coming in with a strong plan. Well done.
No, they've animated the race, they've been in it, and they've looked very strong. McKibben, a name for the future as well, the 21-year-old. But I think particularly for Jo Tindley, who found herself in that position where it looked pretty certain at one point she'd get a medal, looks very, very much less likely now. But let's look at the leader, Josie Knight, and Hannah's busily getting her stopwatch function on her phone ready so we can get an accurate time gap now as she approaches the finish line with 2 laps to go, and then we'll see how much of a gap she's got over Zoe Baxter, who is also, as you can see, approaching Aberystwyth town centre. But the lone leader now, Josie Knight of Das Hutchinson, still in control of this race, but for how much longer? 100 metres to go, and then she'll come over the finish line with 2 laps remaining and 24.5 kilometres of this women's road race to go. Is this the gold medal ride from Josie Knight? It looked certain as she approached the local laps. Now it hangs in the balance because of this rider. What a performance from Zoe Baxter. Again, I find it extraordinary that she's still only 21 years of age.
Likewise, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
She's just getting going, but consider everything that she's won in her career to this point.
She's had 10 professional victories, 2 of those coming at the national championships in the individual time trial. First road World Tour victory at the Tour de Suisse only a couple of weeks ago. And then the individual time trials that she's won over the years. The first one coming back in 2024. Her first win was a World Tour victory at the Simac Ladies Tour, always held at the back end of August into September in the Netherlands. A brilliant stage race.
Dropping down onto the seafront and onto Victoria Terrace now. I think she has eaten into that time gap again. It's going to be more like 2 minutes. I think she's taken another 25 seconds, Zoe Baxter. Might even be a little bit less than 2 minutes. The clock's still running. Baxter still flying. Here she comes over the line. And Hannah, what is Zoe Baxter's deficit now, and how much further inroads has she made? Don't forget, she had almost, 7 minutes to make up to get across to Josie Knight when she attacked, if not more than that.
Extraordinary.
As she comes with 2 laps to go, she's got a time gap of 1:56, 1:57. So a further 30 seconds taken now. She's got to take a minute per lap. And at the current
And the
rate
way
of
she's
attrition,
doing it.
she's on course to do this.
Yeah. You hear a fan at the roadside, 2 minutes, you know, give or take 1:57, 2 minutes, but she's getting those time gaps from the roadside too.
She's getting all the encouragement she needs. The legs are still willing. This is still on. It seemed impossible, but it's a special, special ride. Zoe Baxter.
You say the wigs are lelling, the legs are willing, but her mind is willing as well. This is very much a strong-minded, mentally strong performance.
Yeah, and that will only swing one way, and that will swing in favour of Zoe Baxter. The closer she gets to the catch, the more dispiriting this is going to be for Josie. I mean, it's brutal, isn't it? She knows what's happening behind. Her motivation will be, or potentially, will start to collapse a little bit. She feels the metaphorical breath of Zoe Baxter on her shoulder. And if you're the DS in the Das Hutchinson car, all you can do is just try and keep your rider believing that they can do this. I think Joe Tindley's just gone through the shot in the peloton, so we didn't see the catch, but Tindley and McKibben have been caught, so the peloton is the third group on the road. And we've got a much more readable race now. We've got Josie Knight out the front on her own at around about 1 minute and 50 seconds. We've got Zoe Baxter behind, and then we've got the remains of the peloton with all the other favourites now. And that'll be the battle for the bronze medal.
There's such a difference in body language and exertion and the effort here. And now Josie Knight, you can see
it's the first time,
grimace.
isn't it?
Yeah, we saw a few little cracks here and there, but really that was a big puff, a big sigh, a big grimace etched on her face. That this is a tough section of today's race that she's going through. It's really important that she keeps drinking, she keeps taking the gels on.
Those legs will be burning, won't they? They really will. What a big day out. She's been off the front now for very nearly 100 kilometres on her own. First big attacker of the day, Josie Knight. Built up a huge lead over everybody in the race. And really only one rider could do anything about it, Zoe Baxter.
This is almost giving me visions of the 2019 Harrogate World Championships. And Annemiek van Vleuten attacked with 104 kilometres to go and was never to be seen again.
Yeah, what a ride that was.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Could Josie Knight do something similar and hang on for the last 20 kilometres here?
Well, Picnic Postanel now doing the riding on the fronts, albeit it's a ride, you'd have thought, for the bronze medal at best. Inside the last 20 kilometres, Josie Knight will be approaching the climb on the circuit, if not on it, fairly imminently. Still getting encouragement. There's the climb, there's the start of the climb. She's just gone past Magnus Backstedt at the side of the road and past our own helpers and onto the climb. 1 minute 40 now, the time gap. We're into the territory, especially on this climb now, where the actual gap on the road starts to telescope down, where potentially, fairly soon, Zoe Backstedt can see the team car and then the rider ahead of her, and that will really, really help. Just losing pictures just a little bit there. Zoe Backstedt approaching her father at the side of the road, who will give her the information that she requires, I'm sure of that. And she'll take another bottle as well as she goes off in marauding pursuit of the front of the race. Canyon Tram coming to this race with two riders, Zoe Backstedt, who's part of the World Tour team, and Owen Roberts, who's on the development team, but no actual team car, and that's why the Great Britain, probably worth explaining that, Hannah, that the Great Britain team there with Matt Bramyer and Lizzie Deignan, they're here basically to look after two British riders. Zoe is doing a magnificent job of ignoring her father.
Ignoring her father, but only taking bottles from her sister Eleanor.
Yeah. embarrassing dad.
That's beautiful.
Alice Towers now doing the riding on the front, Anna Henderson on her wheel. There is a Movistar rider in that group of favourites, but I don't think it's...
It's Claire Steele's.
It's Claire Steele's, isn't it? Now, look up the road ahead. Look up the road ahead, and there, ahead of her, is the Das Hutchinson team car. And for the first time, Zoe Backstead can see her target, locking in now. But she is going... That's a massive effort.
1:10.
Wow, she's taking time now. With every kilometre, isn't she? 1:56 over the finish line, 1:10 now. 1 minute, she's being told. And she can see ahead of her target. Just going over the brow of the hill now. And Josie Knight, the pain is just coursing through her body now. And morale will be collapsing just a little bit. But she has to ride on because the silver medal is still up for grabs. Peloton still at the best part of 4 minutes behind. That's often the sign of a fatigued rider, isn't it? Those kind of like slightly laboured gear changes when you're not comfortable in any gear. Whereas this is just a ferocious performance, isn't it? And the closer she gets...
This is bit between your teeth.
It's just brutal to watch almost.
Yeah, it is. The pain etched on the face of Zoe Backstead, the way that she's just eating up the kilometres, putting a huge dent into the time gap of Josie Knight. This is a really, really special ride to see what Zoe Backstead is doing and what she's capable of doing.
Fight for Georgie, riding on the front. Costanel attacking now.
I just find a lot of this is too little too late. Yes, there's a bronze medal up for grabs, but
what happened to gold?
What happened to what happened to gold in trying to bring that gap down? Even at 4.5 minutes, you and I were saying, well, it's still possible. There's 90 kilometers to go when it's at 4.5 minutes. But once it started to reach the realms of 5.5, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, even 8 minutes and 8 minutes and 45 seconds, why were the alarm bells not sounding and pounding in their ears? It's unbelievable.
Well, I wonder if she knows now that the game might well be up. 18 kilometres, 18 bitterly hard kilometres still to go as she goes over the top of the climb. They are charging behind for the first time. There's a real sense of urgency in the chase behind. Big dig using the slopes of this climb now to try and break forces selection in this battle, we think, for bronze medal at best. 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Backstead labouring now to close down these final 50 seconds as Josie Knight disappears around the corner and Backstead sees nothing but open road ahead of her. But you sense that the catch is inevitable. For Josie Knight, another 5.5 kilometres, 4.5 kilometres before she takes the bell and out onto the final lap. Will she still be off the front? As a little selection is formed here.
Yeah, you've got Becky Storey, who's on the front, who just flicks the left elbow for Picnic Postanel. You've got Millie Cousins, who's there, as well as Anna Henderson of Lidl Trek in the multicoloured jersey of the German registered squad.
Laura Perkins was still there as well,
yeah.
So the Phoenix Premier Tech team have got their 2 irons in the fire in that group.
Look at the gear that Zoe Backstead is kicking over here, almost at the very bottom of the block.
Yeah, uphill.
Unbelievable.
So Becky Storey, Anna Henderson, Imogen Wolf is still there. A couple of riders just getting back on. The pair from Alpecin.
Erin Bothman
Alice
in
Towers.
there with that purple jersey on of Jaco Alula.
Anna Morris, is she still there? I think
Yeah,
she might.
there she is in that black jersey, white helmet.
So vehicles being pulled out of the gap now, and I think the team car, there it is, the Daz Hutchinson team car has been pulled out of the gap, has to come over to the side of the road.
That will give Backstead
Huge encouragement.
a huge, huge morale boost.
Yeah, there it is. Hand-to-hand combat, mano a mano between Backstead and Knight, and at the moment it's going the way of Zoe Backstead. Millie Cousins then, the defending champion, off the front of this group of favourites. Flora Perkins following the wheels behind, as Pfeiffer Georgie accelerates to get onto the wheel of Millie Cousins. Are they out of this, Hannah?
I'm watching closely.
Are they out
because
of this? Yeah. Well, we'll get a sense over that when they take the bell, what the gap is.
Yeah, I'm going to put a time check on it and see what it is. Because the way they're racing, they're almost getting to a situation where they might not be out of it, but they cannot afford to do something like this.
Yeah.
This is not what they can afford to do.
Yeah.
These riders now, between Cousins, Perkins, Boothman, Georgie, Morris, Henderson and Wolf, they need to contribute, they need to get cohesive, and they need to do it pretty fast.
It depends what they think they're riding for, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If they think they're riding for bronze at best, there'll be no cohesion. But if they do think there's a chance of getting to the front, then they need to just work as a team now. Which is a big, big ask, isn't it,
Yeah,
for riders
big ask.
who are effectively competing isolated against one another. Alps in Premier Tech have got an interesting role to play here because they've still got their two riders in this group.
And it's very easy for us to critique at this point because we've got the full overview of what's going on and what the situation is and where Knight is, where Backstead is, what is the time gap, how many riders are up front. But for those riders, as we saw before with Backstead saying, is it only one rider up the road?
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy for everybody who's watching to realise, well, why aren't they doing this? Because this is the situation and they're racing for this, and you know, it's still all to play for. But it's very different when you're in the race and you've not got the immediate direct communication.
Armchair critics, Hannah.
Aye, with our brews.
Zoe Backstead. When this road straightens out, where's Josie Knight up the road? Can she see it? There she is, the isolated figure of the rider for Daz Hutchinson. And this is precisely the same section of road where she picked off Joe Tindley and Matilda McKibben. Same section of road there. Backstead's been here and done that, but this time it's to get to the front of the race.
Oh, it's cruel, isn't it?
It's really
It's so cruel.
But actually, she's going to be caught a long way out, isn't she?
Yeah.
Still 16 kilometres to go. And it won't be long before Backstead is there.
If you think, just as you hear the motorbike rider there say, Backstead's coming, if you think one lap ago the gap was 3:40.
Yeah. It's the
And then it went down to
exponential,
2:25, and then on the finish line it was 1:57.
it's the exponential curves of fatigue, isn't it? When it goes, it tails off steeply.
Oh, you've really got a feel for Knight.
Here's
Wow.
here's the peloton, what remains of it, on the descent from the climb. A couple of minutes behind.
This is not an easy descent either. The first time that we've really been able to see the descent in action with a full chase going on.
Horribly technical, isn't it?
It is so technical.
So, fortune favours the brave on that descent, and it looked like a three-rider group, including Anna Henderson, had just chipped off the front of the group of favourites. But let's concentrate on what's happening at the front of the race, because Zoe Backstead is going to get across to Josie Knight any moment now. On the outskirts of Aberystwyth, heading towards the bell lap. When they get to the finish line, the bell will sound, and then there'll be only 12.4 kilometres remaining. Well, hats off to Zoe Backstead. This has been one of the rides of British National Championship history. And really, I think we've said it before, there is only one rider in the peloton who could have done a ride like this, and it's Zoe Backstead. She's special, and she's in special form.
I'm in awe of her.
Yeah.
I'm in awe of what she's
It
done.
seemed impossible, didn't it? It seemed completely impossible. But
I'm in awe of her character, preparation in the lead-in to this national championship, the way that she races professionally with her professional setup at Canyon SRAM, and often she's one of those riders who is helping her teammates, and when she gets a chance she takes it with both hands. And the way that she's ridden today and taken matters into her own hand, despite only having a young development team rider with her at Canyon SRAM, Arwen Roberts, another young Welsh rider, the fact that she's just decided, okay, well, if nobody else is going to get their act together and they're going to be cohesive and together, well, I'm off, and I'm going to go in pursuit of Josie Knight. Here she goes.
Yeah, she doesn't want to give Josie Knight any possibility of sitting in the wheel. That was smart as well as strong, wasn't it? To accelerate, sprint past Knight, means that Knight couldn't react. She's so fatigued. She can't get in the slipstream of Zoe Backstead, and Backstead's just going to ride away from the man. It's exactly the right thing to do, wasn't it?
Totally. And 2 minutes to Josie Knight, and if Josie Knight completely capitulates and has nothing left on this final lap, the silver medal could potentially be up for grabs here from this group. If they continue racing the way that they have done, oh God, you've got to feel for Knight.
Well, the gold medal has gone up the road now and away from Josie Knight. Can she hold on? Can she hold on for the silver medal? I think even that is questionable, as Erin Boothman. And this group looks as though it's starting to relay a little bit and find a bit of organisation, at least temporarily. Boothman moves to the front, Pfeiffer Georgie shows willing and does a turn, and then comes Flora Perkins to assist as well in the chase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 10 riders, possibly 11 riders in this group. Most of the big favourites there. One teammate of Josie Knight as well from Daz Hutchinson is in that group. So now Zoe Backstead has caught everybody ahead of her on the road. Her battle is just to ensure that she holds off what remains of the peloton, the group of favourites behind. So this is not a done deal just yet for Zoe Backstead. She's got to carry on with exactly how she's been riding to this point, and she's got to hold on for the next and the final lap of 4. She's going to have a big lead over Josie Knight when she gets to the line. The question is, what kind of an advantage over the group of favourites is she going to have? There ahead of her is the left turn that will lead her down to Victoria Terrace and onto the seafront. The final few hundred metres, lining herself up now on the seafront, where the crowds are gathering to see the end of this race, and then the imminent start of the men's race after this, early on in the afternoon. She looks back. She can't see Josie Knight. She's completely dispensed with the rider who's been off the front for so long, all on her own. Scintillatingly brilliant performance from Knight, but has come unstuck at the hands of Zoe Backstead, who is in cruel form at the moment. I mean, just absolutely stellar condition. And a Welsh rider takes the bell in Aberystwyth and goes off in pursuit of gold glory. Josie Knight is in the fight of her life now to hold on to the silver medal that she so richly deserves, but it's no foregone conclusion that she's going to get it. 15 seconds then the deficit between first and second, but now we watch eagerly to see where the peloton will be and how much of a time gap they have. She did the right thing there, Josie Knight, as well, not really to even try to get onto Backstead's wheel.
I'm not sure if it was a case of not trying,
well, she just
or was
acknowledged
a case
that she
of
couldn't.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised after that effort that she's put in across the 100 kilometres out front on her own. I'm not surprised at all. I think this is very much damage limitation. Try and hold on for that silver medal.
Backstead came over the finish line a minute ago. Still no sight of the peloton. As she heads along the seafront and out onto the circuit for the final time, about to head inland. Josie Knight still on her own, hasn't been caught yet. Here come the bunch then. It is going to be around about a little bit less than 2 minutes, I think. Anna Morris, the last of that group of some 10 riders. There is a degree of organisation finally in this group.
Finally.
Yep. And there's going to have to be if they're going to any chance of reeling in Zoe Baxted. Here is the chase coming to the line, and it will be around about 2 minutes. 1:55 is the time gap, which would seem too much with Baxted in this kind of form, but it might not be too much to get to Josie Knight, which really would be cruel, wouldn't it?
She's using this bridge here because you can see where they've come from the prom, from the seafront, to take a look. What's the situation behind?
Yep.
Can I see any riders? Can I see any groups?
You could just see the difference in the pace, the attitude, the position on the bike, the suffering of Josie Knight as she just gets over that little bridge. And as we look down, that's the view that you were just describing. Zoe Baxted was looking around to see whether she could see any groups. They're out of sight, aren't they? So 11 kilometres of effort for the double individual time trial champion of Great Britain, the newly crowned, for the second time in her career, time trial champion. Is she going to double up and make it a road race and a time trial championship? Who's the last female rider to do that? Just throw you a really difficult question and expect you to answer it straight off the top of your head, Hannah. It's happened a few times in the men's down the years, hasn't it?
Hannah Barnes, I think.
Hannah Barnes, possibly. But every chance that Zoe
Maybe
Baxted.
even Alice Barnes. 2021? When Alice won into... not 21, sorry. 2020, when it was in Norfolk.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Zoe Baxted has crushed this race.
Sorry, it was 2019, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, 2019, that's when it...
Just a difference in the attitude on the bike. This 28-second gap opens up between Baxted and Knight, who is fighting with every fibre of her body to hold on to the silver medal at the very least as a reward for her efforts. Got a teammate from Das Hutchinson who's working on the front. That's the national championships for you, isn't it?
Alice Wood. It is. Alice Barnes, Alice
There
Wood.
we go, Alice
Barnes,
Wood, as she now is, yeah.
But
yeah.
Alice Wood, as we know her now. No, 2019.
Yeah, it does seem a little strange, doesn't it, to see a Das Hutchinson rider working on the front of that group when this rider is trying to hold on to her advantage over the bunch. And her silver medal position on the road. 10 kilometres to go for Zoe Baxted.
And looking at it, I think Alice is the only rider in a very long time to have ever done the double.
There you go.
In the same year. Hannah didn't do the double, but she won the titles separate years because she won the individual time trial 2018, I think it was. She's in the form of her life then.
Well, Zoe Baxted had no family support and didn't get a bottle from the side of the road as she just approached the climb. There he is. There's the old man.
Come on, come on.
Listening to Maggie then talking to Zoe, it actually felt like he was talking Swedish.
Swedish, I think
Yeah.
so as well.
Little code, just
I
to make
think
sure
so.
that no one could understand what he was saying.
Yeah, I think so. Sounded Swedish.
Let's have a look, listen.
Come on, come on.
Well, come on was definitely English, but before that it sounded a little bit like Swedish. which is, I'm sure, a language that both Eleanor and Zoe
even
understand.
the come off could be in Swedish. There's likeliness.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very interesting. Love the little replays we're able to get, actually, and straight into it.
Oh, this is going to hurt so much for Josie Knight. Are they going to pick her off? Are they going to break her heart? A silver medal would be a decent reward for what has been a stellar ride by Josie Knight. The world record holder in the individual pursuit, Josie Knight, has shown on the road today what I don't think it's safe to say she's ever shown on the road before. And were it not for the presence of this rider, it might have well have been a gold medal ride. Is it going to be silver, though? So Backstead's over the top of the brow of the hill. Knight still on her own, looking up the road. It's only a couple of 100 metres to the top of that hill, but it's going to feel like eternity, isn't it? It's going to feel like Mont Ventoux for her at the moment. One minute now she has over Josie. She doesn't need any more time checks, does she, Zoe? Unless it's 1 minute to the peloton. That's where the threat lies. It doesn't lie in Zoe Knight. It is 1 minute back to Josie Knight. Is being shepherded through this final 8 kilometres, encouraged to hold on to silver medal. There's not much a DS can do at this point, is there?
Encouragement, motivation, clear, precise.
Yeah.
Information, time gaps, that's really it. No feeding allowed, feeding closed, so there's no opportunity for Josie or any other rider to take a bottle from a team car, or a gel for that matter.
Well, for any of you watching at home or wherever you are who've been following this ever since it got underway, this women's race, I'd be surprised if you weren't rooting for Josie Knight to hold on to the silver medal. Feels like it would be natural justice, but it does feel like it might still be in the balance. Although, if that time gap is accurate, 1 minute and 15 seconds will be of huge encouragement to Josie Knight. We understand that is an accurate time gap. So it's looking good, Hannah. But a lot can change still in these 8 kilometres.
A lot can change. I do think with 8 kilometres, having a gap of 1 minute and 15 to the peloton, that the silver medal is safe for now for Josie Knight. Barring disaster or mechanical, she's got that secured.
Former British road race champion and indeed world champion, of course, Lizzie Deignan. Behind the wheel of a team car for the first time in her life. Watching the coronation, effectively, of Zoe Backstead, who is riding towards victory here in Aberystwyth. Some of the heat has gone out of this chase, hasn't it? It doesn't look as concerted or indeed as impactful as it did a short while ago, and they are starting to finesse what remains of their race, I think, in the hope that one of them will take the bronze medal. That's what it feels like.
Definitely, and it's very much a realisation that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, if they do indeed know the time gap from the blackboard, is too much to close now. So it's very much about racing for the bronze medal. The riders who are still classified as an under-23, whether in that group or the groups behind, they need to be very aware that they're still racing for a title, or for the silver medal and the bronze medal in the under-23s.
Yeah, because the Zoe Backstead, being just 21 years of age, will sweep both categories there to add to her individual time trial. Well, the team car is still there in that gap, which is significant in a couple of ways. One is she'll get encouragement, but also it means that time gap is over 30 seconds, so it is around about a minute. She's pretty close now to the finish line. Backstead 6 kilometres from victory. Josie Knight probably over 7. But the worst of this circuit is behind her. She's been over the climb. And then it is, loosely speaking, as you can see from this elevated position here, downhill into Aberystwyth, and these kilometres are going to tick by quite quickly. There we go, Backstead already descending.
Get down safe, don't take any risks. We've already seen how fast and technical this descent is. You can see the hedgerows, the high hedgerows.
She is taking it easy as well, isn't she? Just ensuring that she gets down in one piece. Such a classic British descent, isn't it? Super technical, very narrow, and steep as well. Brakes squeal. Sweeps around a left-hander, picks the line. Safety first, that one. And now she can put the power back on. As the road flattens out, Backstead gets back into that time trial mode. And behind her, Josie Knight. Only now starts the descent. There could be some attacks from behind, couldn't there, in that chase group? The likes of Henderson,
No doubt.
Morris, using the descent rather than the climb, actually, to make a difference here.
Definitely, definitely. There's going to be a very different look to this descent for this group here, Group 3 on the road, because it's all to play for. And anybody who's a really good descender, the likes of Anna Henderson, for example, who just now starts to move towards the front. She's got the red helmet on, the multicoloured jersey in the colours of Lidl Trek. She's one rider who is terrifying to follow down a descent.
She started her
so
career as a
good.
downhill skier, didn't she?
She did.
Which I'm sure plays into the same skill set. But it's fearlessness apart from anything else. It's just bravery.
She knows the line to take.
Yep.
She's just very confident in her own capabilities.
Josie Knight equally a little bit cautious on this descent. Partly out of fatigue, I would imagine, as well, but behind they're flying.
Chapeau to the moto pilots as well.
Yeah.
And the camera operators who are perching on the back of this motorbike with a very heavy camera on the shoulder.
Yep.
The pilots having to make sure that they're giving enough distance to the riders. They're at the mercy and the speed and the pace of the riders on that descent. So, yeah, chapeau to everybody involved.
Well, the race is won now for Zoe Backstead. In honesty, it has been for some time. The gap far too big for the peloton to breach. The only question is she going to hold off the chase behind? Come on. And the presence of that team car is, as we repeatedly say, it is greatly significant. Means that the commissaires are happy that that time gap is big enough for to allow that team car to be there. So it should be enough for Josie Knight. Zoe Backstead's already on the outskirts of town. 3K to go for Backstead. Well, you sense that Zoe Backstead, in this kind of form, is going to produce some big, big results in the remainder of this year and in the years to come. You're looking at surely at a future Classics winner. Surely a Paris-Roubaix is within her scope as well, to emulate the achievements of her father. Such a talented rider. And as a junior, just exploded the scene, didn't she, with all those world titles?
She did, she did. And even as an under-16 at the youth category, whether it was on track, cyclocross, on the road, into the juniors, likewise, into the under-23 category, she's just a phenomenal talent.
Flora Perkins, in the meantime, has attacked the group of favourites behind and gone off in pursuit of that bronze medal, but it should probably be a bronze medal at best, although keep your eye on that time gap. Still don't think Josie Knight's silver medal is quite round her neck just yet. She's in a really good position to take the silver medal, but it's not done yet until we get to the finish line, because this group has got a lot of firepower still within it, however dysfunctional it is, as Anna Henderson goes on the attack. And it's a big attack as well, forcing Anna Morris to try and chase. Henderson on the last bit of the descent, looks round, checks, got a little bit of a gap and commits to this tactic. On Anna Morris, looks round. Becky Story, I think it is, one of two Picnic Postanel riders, including Pfeiffer Georgie, who's probably got the faster finish of the two. Henderson just dangling off the front by no more than a second or so. Backstead though, 2K to go. I hope her dad has managed to jump in the car and get to the finish line in time, because he he won't want to miss that moment, will he?
Most definitely not.
But that's a brave ride from Josie Knight, still to be off the front on her own in second place.
Incredible performance from Josie Knight.
A lesser rider would have fallen apart and collapsed. But bright sunshine here. Summer has returned after a cloudy start and a windy start to the women's race. A fitting setting for a champion ride from Zoe Backstead, the Welsh rider, let's not forget, in Wales. It was in Lampeter that she won the individual time trial back on Thursday. 3 days later in Aberystwyth, she left it late, and when she attacked, it looked like an impossible task. A colossal time gap to try and bridge across, all on her own. She picked off the riders one by one. First of all, it was the chase duo of McKibben and Tindley. She got across to them, dropped them, rode them off her wheel, and then she had just one rider left ahead of her on the road. It was Josie Knight. And lap by lap, kilometre by kilometre, she took back time on Josie Knight, got across to Knight, attacked her viciously, rode away from her, and from that moment on, the gold medal was secure. It took a special rider to do what she just did, and there is no rider like her in the women's peloton. It was fitting that Zoe Backstead should eventually win her first road title in Wales, and she has done it in fantastic fashion. Backstead, brilliant in Wales.
Absolutely phenomenal. What a performance. What a ride. She doubles up after winning the individual time trial on Thursday.
Total domination from Backstead, and unexpected brilliance here from Josie Knight. She might risk a look over her shoulder at some point as she comes through 1 kilometre to go, still with the lead over the chase behind, but she's going to have to commit all the way to the line and ensure herself of this silver medal as Backstead comes to a halt. And finally, after an hour of absolutely full gas racing, getting to the front of the race and producing, that's the ride of her life as a senior, I think. Never mind her World Tour victory the other day at the Tour de Suisse. That was a national championship of some charisma and brilliance. Here's the chase though. Henderson has been reeled back in by Flora Perkins. This is the battle for the bronze medal though, I think. Josie Knight, surely she's got enough time now as she sweeps left-handed and down onto the seafront. She's still going to have to commit, still going to have to ride this one out. These last few hundred metres are going to hurt like hell, but she has deserved this. Now she looks behind. She sees open road behind her. The sprint behind, they've left it too late. And the world record holder in the individual pursuits, a rider who has won accolades and titles on the track, has never done anything like this on the road. A silver medal in the British National Road Race Championships here in Aberystwyth. Boy, did she deserve that. Silver for Josie Knight, who lit that race up. Here's the battle for third. It's Pfeiffer Georgie who opens up with Anna Morris and Millie Cousins. The beaten champion, Anna Henderson, looks like she is beaten and out of the medals. This is the sprint for the bronze medal at best, and it's going to go to last year's winner, Millie Cousins, who finishes ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie, and she'll take bronze to add to her gold medal of last year.
Great sprint there, once again, from Millie Cousins to take that bronze medal.
And there is Maggie. He's got to the finish line to congratulate his daughter. Meg is there too. Stunning performance.
Eleanor just to the left-hand side too.
There she is, Eleanor.
Family day out.
Yeah.
And the dogs.
What a moment.
Terrific.
What a rider. And you know, it's worth reiterating, Hannah, at the age of 21, that is so much more. She's barely begun. And yet she's been around for so long. She has barely begun her career. There is an immense amount still for her to achieve. And she'll be racing for the rest of the year and half of next year with the red, white, blue bands across her midriff. She is the national champion. That is confirmed now. And for a Swedish rider who's an adopted Welshman, Magnus Backstedt, well, he's produced a British national champ. Anna Henderson, the first rider there to come across to congratulate her. Millie Cousins there, bronze medal for her.
Don't trust your legs. Anna Henderson just recalling the conversation they had earlier on. Came alongside me, said I didn't have the legs today, and you've closed a pretty extensive gap.
You almost sense she doesn't quite understand how good she is at the moment, Zoe Backstedt. I think she's surprised herself there, hasn't she?
I think it'll take a while for Zoe Backstedt to realise what she's just achieved and what she's just done, and the manner that she was able to win that national title.
Right, Eleanor Backstedt leaning over the barriers there, opting not to race today, and instead at the side of the road and handing bottles up to her younger sister. As you say, a family affair. Sprint for the minor placings, going away one of the riders from UAE. And the race will continue to come in dribs and drabs, as this Aberystwyth circuit just exploded the peloton. Here's the top 10 then, Backstedt from Knight. And Millie Cousins, that's your gold, silver, bronze situation. Pfeiffer Georgie just out the medals in 4th, Anna Morris 5th. Erin Boothman, good ride from her, 6th. Imogen Wolf in 7th, Josie Nelson 8th. Anna Henderson, top 10, but no better than that for Henderson in 9th place. And another Daz Hutchinson rider in the top 10 in Naomi Thompson, making the top 10. All right, I think we're just going to take a breath since we've got a load more commentating to do, Hannah, in the men's race, which isn't too far away. But you can, while we wait for the podium, just enjoy some of the highlights of today's race. What a performance from Zoe Backstead. Defied logic, defied all kind of predictions, and pulled off one of the rides of British National Championship history. Her sister Eleanor on hand, one of the first to congratulate her. She wins the gold medal in a time of 3.5 hours ahead of Josie Knight, and what a ride that was from the track specialist, Josie Knight, the pursuiter on the track, who picks up a thoroughly deserved and very, very brilliant silver medal. And last year's national champion, Millie Cousins, in the end, I think will look back and be satisfied with her bronze medal on a day where, you have to say, with the exception of Zoe Backstead, the peloton misjudged the race and got it wrong.
Josie Knight, whilst I'm sure initially she'll be upset, disappointed after all of her efforts out front, she didn't come away with the title. I hope after some days perhaps she'll come away from that and realise what a tremendous performance, what a strong, valiant performance that was.
I think
chapeau.
Just the way she celebrated over the line, I think she understood as well the situation she was in, and that silver medal will be.
And I wonder,
well, she wouldn't have gone into the start today thinking I'll end up with a medal, and she's come away with one.
Absolutely, and I wonder if it'll sort of whet her appetite
for the road.
For doing more road races, because she does have a very track-focused programme, and then she sort of dips a toe into road racing every now and then. She has the support of Das Hutchinson for that, and it's a brilliant balance to have between both rider and team. But after that kind of performance, I'm very curious to see what she could potentially do if she has a bit more of a focus on the road. And for Zoe Backstead, don't forget, she's following in her mum's footsteps. Her mum's already won this title back in 1998. So, a wonderful, wonderful day.
That was just ruthless.
Yeah, it was.
That was the moment she caught Josie Knight.
It was the perfect moment, Ned.
It was perfect, but it was cruel.
Yeah, it was.
Gave Josie Knight no chance of getting on her wheel. And that was effectively when the race was won, you'd have to say. You should never underestimate just the length of time that Zoe Backstead was putting in that effort as well. Was it an hour? It must have been about an hour. We didn't actually see the moment where she attacked the peloton and went clear, but she must have just got the jump on them, and no one went with her, so she was all on her own for a long time.
It could have been the descent, for example, because that's not too far away from where they start to enter in. That would tally up that she had the 30-second advantage over the peloton when she came over the line that first time.
Well, we've got about an hour, I think, until the men's race begins. Men's race a little bit longer. It's 187 kilometres, but the same circuits. They do 4 laps of the big loop with that horrible climb on it, and then 5 laps of the local circuit. Before that happens and the riders line up, we'll see the presentation of the jersey. As you say, that Eleanor Backstead is pulling on for the second time in the Backstead family's lineage after Mother Meg, as you rightly say, won it in 1998. And that's a bit of history, isn't it? That's not happened before. Mother and daughter winning the same national title. I may have said Eleanor Backstead will pull on the jersey. I didn't mean that. It is, of course, Zoe.
You're just testing everyone, making sure that everybody's listening, Ned.
Just the name I've been shouting for the last hour and a half. Nice day at the seaside in Aberystwyth, crowds building. Big screen up there for the spectators at the finish line to follow the race. And of course, being a circuit race, they get to see the riders come past, and in the case of the men, they'll see the riders come past 5 times.
I'm a big fan of road races that have a circuit, or at least a finishing circuit.
Me too.
For fans. Yeah, I only wish, and I know sometimes it's not viable to do, because if you think about professional races, for example, it's very much about a start town paying to host the start of the race, finishing town likewise. You've got to try and make a course that goes from A to B, and sometimes it's just not possible to have finishing loops. The layout, the road layout just doesn't permit it, but I do wish it would occur more often. I think it's far better for spectators, for fans. Makes it worth the while for fans to be out roadside supporting the racers.
It's very much a Belgian tradition, isn't it? As
Yeah,
well as a
definitely.
finishing circuit, the local laps. I agree. I also think every road race should finish in a velodrome. That's another little opinion of mine.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day when the Tour of Britain was organised by Sweet Spot. I was year after year after year, I was trying to persuade the organisation to take a stage of the Tour of Britain into Herne Hill Velodrome and finish on the open track there. No one listened to me.
That would have been fantastic.
I think they wanted to, but it was the number of speed bumps that they would had to have taken out, which apparently each one of them costs about something like £10,000 to remove and then reinstall.
Just racking my brains.
Well, you've got time to do it, so go ahead, Hannah.
You say about, has a mother and daughter ever won
Go on.
the national title? And I'm just trying to think, looking down the standings, surely Beryl Burton and her daughter Denise has done it. Because Beryl Burton had won the national title on many occasions.
Yeah. Did Denise win it? That's what you're thinking.
I'm pretty sure she won. I can't remember the year she won.
Denise, if you're watching on the off chance, do let us know. So perhaps it is history repeating itself. But it's a very, very special moment for and for it to happen in Wales above all, I think is just brilliant, isn't it?
To be able to do the double.
Yeah, and doing the double in the same
First time the double's
same
been
weekend.
done since Alice Barnes did it in 2019. Of course, now Alice Wood, race director of the Women's Tour of Britain.
Was a moment that it was completed, and straight into the arms of her family. And Meg and Magnus have invested so much time and effort and energy in the careers of their daughters, haven't they?
They have.
Dedicated themselves to ensuring that Eleanor and Zoe have the very best support. Meg's mum, potentially. There's Meg.
Medal ceremony of the 2026
And now we're going to see the
Lloyds
podium of the
Under-23
riders.
Women's Road Race National Championships.
There they are, without any great ceremony, they just appear.
Presented by Councillor Clive Davis.
So this is the under-23 title coming up first. And it's Imogen Wolf,
representing
Erin Boothman.
Erin Boothman.
So Boothman in third place. still a teenager, isn't she, Erin Boothman, 19 years of age. What a talent.
And already with a professional victory under her belt.
Incredible.
Winning over in Luxembourg at Festival LC Jacobs.
Representing Team Visma Leasebike.
Visma Leasebike only had one representative in their peloton. She picks up a silver medal in the under-23 category. Imogen Wolf. Curiosity is that is there a jersey that goes with this, but it never gets worn. So it's a ceremonial jersey only, isn't it, effectively?
Representing Canyon Shram Zonda
Zoe Backstead. A second national champions jersey for her, but not the last. So to go with her individual time trial title, the elite level, a second time trial title. She pulls on the under-23
receives the national
bands.
champion jersey and of course the gold medal.
And of course the little fluffy sheep. Provided by the local sponsors, by the organising region.
And for our national champion, a bottle of Nightingale sparkling wine to uncork and celebrate accordingly. Please congratulate your national championship medalists!
Probably else, Zoe Backstead is just a really interesting, bubbly character, isn't she? She really is. She's so personable and engaging. She's very outgoing, isn't she? And super self-confident.
Very.
Yeah.
A very nice girl.
Yeah.
Nice family.
Yeah.
But the same with all three of these riders. I had the pleasure to speak to Imogen Wolf in the months when she was in her preparation. She was still a junior. She'd just come out of the back of the Zurich World Championships. And she was already preparing for life, signing for Visma Leasebike, turning professional. And I remember talking to her about the prospect of having Pauline Ferrand-Prévot as a teammate and Marianne Vos, riders that she's looked up to as a young rider. And what a special opportunity she had to turn professional straight out of the junior ranks, and then already into a second year of professional life last year.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, first year last year. She's supporting Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in winning the Tour de France Femmes.
And when you add into the mix the absent through injury Cat Ferguson, this generation of young British riders we're doing something right in these shores, aren't we, at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Should be another podium to come. There we are. This is for the elite women.
In third place, representing
Third place,
Phoenix,
the sprint from the bunch. Millie Cousins, 22 years of age, the rider from Phoenix. Premier Tech, the winner of last year's race. That's not bad at all, though, is it, for Millie Cousins, following gold with bronze the following year.
Josie Knight.
But in many ways, Josie Knight, well, she definitely deserves the Combativity Award if there was one. And I think no one would begrudge her this moment, and everybody who watched this race as keenly as we did will be thrilled that she picked up the silver medal.
Well, even if there's not a combative award, Ned, we can award it to her.
Yeah.
Representing Canyon Shram Zonda Crypto.
This is the one that counts with respect to the under-23 category. The 21-year-olds. Zoe Backstead becomes a national champion. How many years? 28 years after her mother? Is that right? I can't, my maths is terrible. Something like that. 1998
to 2000.
I can't work it out. My maths is, yeah, no, 28 years. 28 years after her mother. Zoe Backstead is the national champion. And it's not just the fact that she's done it, it's the way she did it as well, Zoe Backstead. It was special. She's still got the energy to give that a proper shake as well.
She's done this a few times.
Yeah. She's given that a proper shake. I'd stand well back if I were you. Yeah, fantastic moment. The champagne there, sparkling wine just catching in the sun. Millie Cousins and Josie Knight completing the photograph of a very, very interesting, fascinating actually, elite women's road race for 2026. That is the final podium. We'll be back with live coverage from the entirety of the elite men's road race in around about 3/4 of an hour. Our coverage resumes at 13:35 British summer time. And from a summery Aberystwyth, for now at least, it's bye-bye and see you shortly.